Hello, Magpie Army. How are yous? How's everyone going? Okay. So we've got a surprise for the Copeland, Darcy Cameron. Wow. Was I don't think any of us were expecting that. Uh, all of us were expecting Nick to win it, but as the voting got close, I thought to myself, you know what? DC fucking plays good every game. Why wasn't he? Why weren't we saying that he would could win it? So yeah, there we go. DC Nick misses out again, and yeah, it'll be interesting. I wonder what he's thinking, Nick. It's like he can't win the Brownlow, can't even win the Copeland. What the fuck's going on? How are you, Benny? Ben Zero joins me.
Good night, mate. How are ya?
Very good, man. It was, yeah, just surprised to see that.
I reckon Nick probably knows internally what the value of his teammates are. He
Yeah,
probably isn't surprised Darcy was up there.
yeah. I think, yeah. Quainor, wow, that's pretty high.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that.
I
Even
threw it
Pezza,
Yeah, no, he did good too. I mean, he was consistent all year, wasn't he? But IQ,
yeah,
I threw him out as a top five at the start of the night.
yeah,
Thinking, oh, good chance. Like I feel like he got better as the year went on as well. And
yeah,
bang, they obviously thought so as well, playing his role.
yeah. I think Pezza, mate, fucking Corns said when he did that stupid clickbait thing, oh, we should delist Pezza. What's he thinking, mate?
He wasn't. I was saying to Anthony, a lot of these commentators, again, they can't pay attention to everything, and
Yeah,
at best, they'll have someone out there taking notes for them. But
yeah,
even then, they're not looking at the VFL and other things to do with your list. They look at
yeah,
results and what's right in their face, right in front of them,
yeah,
and
yeah,
beyond that, they're guessing. And Corns is
mm,
happy to throw things out occasionally for the hot jock, what do you call it, shock jock value, you
yeah,
know.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Just a shout out to Andreas at Black and White United. I've had to go on your Twitter account to get this um, list up because the Collingwood website hasn't posted it yet. But yeah, if you're listening, Andreas, I'm pretty sure you don't mind me going onto your Twitter account to access the leaderboard there. Okay, all right. I've got
Previews.
Anthony. How are you, Anthony?
Good evening, boys. Yeah, big
Hey,
night.
mate.
A bit of a overall. I don't know. It's a bit of a funny leaderboard, I guess. I mean, there's a few surprises in there.
Yep.
But yeah, like Perryman probably shows how much we like him internally, and I reckon a lot of us don't see that. So I think he had a good year, so he probably deserves that. He was very good down back. Apart from that, like Chris, yeah, long about right. Again, Cameron first place. Look, I feel sorry for Nick. That's quite stiff
Yeah.
on Nick's part, isn't it? Yeah, that's quite
Yeah.
harsh.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Oh,
yeah,
look,
that's crazy.
I don't think he'd be that disappointed though.
Nah,
Yeah.
he wouldn't. But
Yeah.
it was funny because like Brownlow night, I could see him like disappointed. Like I could see it on the TV. He was like visibly upset that he wasn't like top two or whatever, top one.
Yeah.
And today he didn't. So I don't know how he felt today, but some of those votes in like the latter half of the year that Cameron got, I feel like Nick might have got a bit, a few robbed a little bit there. But look, overall, the leaderboard's pretty good. I think overall, yeah.
Yeah. Eddie's. I can't see anyone that feels like they probably should be in that top 10. That's the team that got us to the position where we could have made a prelim, where we could have made a granny. Sorry. Yeah. So.
I reckon the biggest surprise for me is probably Jack Crisp. I thought he had a rough year. by his standards, still a gun. But obviously, the coaches vote on this. They know what they want and what they're getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that surprised me because obviously they valued what he did either behind the scenes or the non-obvious stuff to us, you know?
Mm.
You're right. Yeah. All these awards are going to have like the awards, the way they vote, it's always going to have these little nuances. You know, there's going to be like a Perryman, score higher because, like, the way they look at the game is probably a bit different to us, more analytical, more role based. And I think that's why, Crisp's up there, Perryman's up there. So it's not always going to be what we expect. Yeah.
And they know what they want out of our players.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. I've got the voice of reason waiting backstage. I'm going to get him on. Mr. Sean, Ultimate Greatness. Sean, welcome to the Copeland Trophy after party. This is where everyone comes after the Copeland Trophy. So welcome to the party, mate. Wish it could be more party-like, but yeah, there we go. How are you, pal?
Yeah, no, doing good. I will just say this: the amount of watch time I had in the Copeland was absolutely 0 seconds.
Yep.
So I have no idea what happened.
Oh, it was horrible.
And
it was
to
so
be
bad.
honest,
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't care. I
Yeah.
think you guys know at this point, I'm not here for individual awards. I'm
Yeah,
here to win
me too.
flags,
Yeah.
and I say flags specifically because,
Back to backs, mate.
yeah, like it's been the journey the last few days. I ain't gonna lie.
All right. I'm going to get a couple more people on. I'm going to get Chris Talbot. How are you, Chris?
Hey, Mick.
How you going, pal?
Yeah, good. Hey,
Chris.
hey, Ben, Anthony, Ultimate Greatness.
How you going, mate?
Good, mate.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Good. The usual
All
crowd's
right.
in.
All right.
All
I
right.
guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You happy with the result, Chris?
Yeah, DC had a brilliant year. I think he deserved it.
Mm.
Well, there you go.
All
Just
right.
figured out Cameron just won the best and fairest. There you go.
What was that, man?
I just found out Cameron won the best and fairest. Just had a look.
Oh.
Oh.
Were they
I
winning
didn't
round?
realize you had it. I didn't realize you had it on the leaderboard on the thing, and then I had a look. Oh, okay, yeah, Cameron won it.
Mm.
That's literally how much care I had into tonight.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to get Daz on. How are you, Daz?
Hey, Mick, how are you?
Good, mate. Good. Are you happy with seeing DC up there with the Copeland Trophy?
Yeah, I'm happy. Definitely. He had a good year. He played every game. Obviously, coaches, their voting system, obviously, we're not aware of what they vote for when they compile these. It's different to the best and fairest or a Brownlow, where we choose, obviously, BOG or whatever. But, yeah, they have jobs to do. And if coaches think they've done a good job, they get good, obviously, the votes. And so I'm not surprised, obviously. So good on him. Well done. And it's pleasing that we've got him for another couple of years, obviously.
Yeah.
So, fantastic. Good evening, all. Hope you're all enjoying the last couple of weeks. And,
Hey,
g'day, all. No, I never, ever can criticise a BNF night because it's all about what the coaches see in the players and they operate that way, and we applaud them all. I just didn't know who finished second, third, fourth. I've actually just come home, so I don't really know what's happened.
Yeah. So Nick finished second, IQ finished third, and Jamie finished fourth.
Yep. It's pretty much the 4 or 5 that I would have thought probably I had Nick winning it, but as I said, it doesn't surprise me. Those guys that you mentioned, they definitely had really good years. So, yeah, well done. So good on them.
And you got a surprise fifth in Harry Perryman. So that was
apparently, according to Kane Corns, he's not a genuine footballer.
Yeah.
Trade him tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, so
He's a
Harry,
fake
so Pez
footballer.
probably he had a job to do, probably that we weren't aware of on game days. Coaches gave him, I think, a role to probably more of a stoppage role. I think in a lot of cases he didn't accumulate a lot of possessions, and obviously didn't kick a lot of goals. But what he did do is he put in effort. What I saw from him is put in effort, and that's all you can ask for a guy like that. But yeah, don't worry about Kane Corns. Don't worry about that buffhead. I mean, honestly, do we worry about what he said?
It's just
Really?
no, I don't. It's just
Really?
a bit of a joke, a bit of
The man's a
cheek, I guess.
absolute. Yeah, he's a tool. We shouldn't worry about him, honestly. Let's worry about ourselves. And
Chop.
yeah, he's just a clickbait buffhead as far as I'm concerned, and he doesn't do his homework. What I listen to is just all the mistakes he makes throughout from year to year. Like last year, this year, he's made tons of mistakes from his little bit with Kingy, and he doesn't. He's only admitted a couple of times he's been wrong, but I can tell you he's been wrong many times. Some of the things that he says, I mean, you've got to be wrong when you say the amount of things he says. He doesn't do his homework on clubs. He's only thinking it from a critical point of view. And he doesn't do his homework on what the clubs expect of their players.
What's
And he
right in
definitely
front of him,
assumes half
Dad?
the time.
That's
I've
what he
also
sees.
realised.
What was that? Sorry.
Yeah, because in terms of like Corns, I feel like he assumes a lot of the time. Like, I remember there was one part where he was basically going after Harley Reid for a few weeks, and because Harley Reid was cramping up, he was just like, "Oh well, Harley Reid's not training hard enough, and he's not doing this, he's not preparing well." Where basically, if you actually, again, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm watching West Coast's training and stuff, but like, if Kane Corns is going to sit there and have this, belief that he's like at training, like watching Harley Reid train and knowing the standards, or even at the very least talking to someone at West Coast, being like, hey, is this guy training well? I just don't believe that that's like happening. And so
But you remember Kane having a go at Nick? Was it last year for staging or flopping for free kicks? And then this year he's been out and said anyone that criticises Nick, doesn't know what they're talking about. Well, he was the one that started criticising Nick for playing for free kicks. That would have been last year, I reckon. But yeah, I mean now he's sort of like turned full 360 type of thing. So and look, you can go through every single club. He's had a real he's got a target on everybody's back. Certain players. If he doesn't like someone, I reckon he'll just pick at anything, and he'll go on SEN or go on or Channel 7 or whatever it may be, and he'll find that opportunity to absolutely pick at them. And it's the slightest little thing. That's why I like other people sitting next to him and all of that. It's not always Kingy, but there's other guys as well that's called him out. That's really called him out. I like to see more of that. I like to see the other commentators and other guys that listening to this stuff just to call him out, because it is so minuscule. Some of the stuff he picks at, it's ridiculous.
To be honest, I don't think I watch any mainstream AFL media unless it's something that is kind of like thrust at me, like I can't help it, like it pops up on social somewhere and I have to see it, and I see a little clip or something. That's the only time. I will never go out of my way to watch AFL 360 or one of those fucking shows. Just, I don't know, it doesn't interest me. And as soon as they start talking about other teams, it's just boring. I want to know who's doing well at fucking St Kilda or something, And it just seems like whenever they want to get fucking clicks and views, they go hard on one of our players. It just seems to be. So look at this. Josh Jacobs, not a bad trade getting DC. Mate, that's a great little piece of little business we did there for DC, because I remember when he came in, he was Grundy was still around, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So he was there with Grundy and Cox, and then when DC kind of broke through and became like an A-list ruckman, no, I don't think any of us saw that coming. And he's done well. He's done well, DC. Now, he's got his a lot of people have said a few things. He's not a tap ruckman, blah, blah, blah. But the work he does around the ground is just fucking unbelievable. And most teams, flag-winning teams, their ruckman's not a fucking dominant fucking beast ruckman. Richmond won 3 flags with fucking what's his name, Nankervis. So yeah, he's not the. He's not the reason we didn't go all the way this year. Nowhere near it. He does enough around the ground to, to satisfy his place in the team. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I've got Boomer. Boomer's going to jump in 1 second. How are you, Boomer?
Hey, can you hear me, guys? Yeah.
Very clearly, mate. How's things, mate?
That's good. I can hear has someone got their microphone sitting on the table or something without a piece of cloth? Because it's just making a little scratchy noise. I don't know. Anyway.
All right. Has it gone now? Has it gone?
I don't know. It was only coming and going. But how are we, guys?
All right.
It's all a bit good in DC. Yeah. Yeah, I think he deserved that, guys. We don't notice where he is, but he's usually down around the half-back line clubbing balls that matter, when we kick it long or they kick it long back. If it gets stopped, it's usually him who stops it, and the umpires don't notice that. Anyway, at least he's a better... I reckon we got the best Cameron right now because the other one's really broken to bits, and the other one's just a shifty bastard. So we got the best Cameron. So, yeah. So what do we do now, guys? It's the end of the footy season. Do we sit here and watch cricket? I don't know.
Well, I'm a massive cricket fan, so I'll be looking forward to
Me too as well. Yeah, the Ashes, Melbourne Stars.
Yeah. Well, you ready for it? You ready for what's happened to Glenn Maxwell? He's broken his fucking arm, or his leg is out for the season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that or not? Yeah.
Go Boomer, go.
Oh, I was just going to say, arguably, in my opinion, the best cricketer I've ever fucking seen, Glenn Maxwell. He just keeps getting better and better. And he was brilliant 10 years ago, and he gets better every year. Like, what's he done?
The best you've ever seen.
I reckon he is. Is Sachin Tendulkar better? Is Ricky Ponting better? Let's name some. Adam Gilchrist. Name some of those cricketers, and their quality. Glenn Maxwell, as a player, I reckon he is the best. Like the reverse sweeps, all that shit, the way he jumps out of the field, throws the ball back in, then jumps back in to catch it. I just reckon, anyway. But he's also broke his leg falling out of a golf cart and did something other silly at a friend's 21st birthday party. So, as good as he is, he's also a total fucking idiot as well. So, good on you, Maxo.
Isn't that something he did recently?
I don't know. I just heard it all rattled off when they were talking about it. Because they said he's out for the year and they threw up all the others. So I don't know when they happened.
Yeah, someone was saying to me apparently he's not playing Big Bash because he's out injured or something.
Yeah, whole year. That's it. Yeah, he's broken an arm or a leg or something like that.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Look, I usually it's the off season now. Yeah, so I've put this show up. It's a Copeland Trophy review, but really. We can talk about anything tonight. Fucking trade talk about the season that's gone. I've recorded a video with Andreas, and we've gone through game by game every single game of the season. So that'll probably go up soon.
It's out. It's a good one, Mick. Good recap. I liked it. I'm waiting for part 3.
Yeah, Nate from Nate's Magpies did the first half. I did the second half of the season. So Andreas gave me the second half of the season where we were fucking shit.
Tough part, mate.
Yeah, and we're going to record the finals review soon. But look, if you just want to go through a bit of a review tonight, I'll just take it from you guys. Whatever you want to do, we can go through some trade talk first. I reckon. There's been a lot of players bandied about.
Well, hey, can I throw one up, guys? It's October 14th or 15th is cut-off day. So between now and then, the next 14 days, it gets fucking hyper, really silly. It's like the old Brownlow when they used to count the one votes. It gets really silly for these. Remember last year? We had all sorts of players. Like, who we look at now? Clayton Oliver? I don't think so. Who else? Petrarca? Definitely not. Fucking Silvani, like he was ever going to play for us. Like the amount of dudes that get tied to us. But anyway, I've got a bit on what I think might have happened about a month ago to do with player managers, but I'll run that past you a bit later.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, when I started hearing all that Clayton Oliver stuff, I'm like, come on, man, please. I know he can be good, but I've watched him the couple of games that I watched him this year, he was absolutely fucking atrocious. And I know he could probably fill a hole for us, but fuck, I really don't want to see him in the black and white, man.
My sticking point's the 5 years.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah. Way too long. I'll probably do 3 years. I'll do 3 years on like 700K. Anything more than that, it's going to be a burden on us, I reckon. Yeah.
The thing is, that's the reason. Like Melbourne will be paying most of his salary, so that's the thing that's creating this interest. So, look, if they're paying him fucking more than half his salary, then it's it's a free hit, yeah. But you look at his antics, like the other day, with the reporter, he's just a fucking knobhead. You don't want that type around the club, mate. I don't know.
Especially with young players, coming in. The other thing too, guys, you do realise he dumped one of his teammates at Footscray fucking hospital, fucking having palpitations or whatever, and just fucked off because he was trying to avoid being. That is fucking irresponsible. And if one of my friends did that to me, I would fucking shun them forever. Let alone a teammate, and you're famous. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's fucked in the head, buddy. If you're going to do that sort of shit to people, it sticks. You know what I mean? So sorry, I'm really thinking about all of that. Nah. If he was to join, I would almost fucking relinquish fucking watching the Pies if that fucker's there. But that's just me. And
like you look at the type of bloke he was, like the 3 or 4 years ago, when he was going through all that fucking shit where he was on meth or something, he was walking around. Now this guy's on a very good salary. He's walking around the streets, fucking ripping windscreen wipers off fucking cars, It's like, mate, grow up, man. And you just don't want him around.
Well, you were doing it with me last week, you fucker. So so it's okay for you and me to do it, but not him. Piss week, Mick. Fucking piss week. Okay.
Actually, there is there is one argument I'd like to put up there when it comes to Oliver. Do we sort of believe in this scenario? Because one of the things I've been sort of trying to put up there in the sense of the fact that Oliver, it just seems like he needs a fresh start. I mean, even I saw the clip with Mitch Cleary and stuff, and how he was telling him to piss off and all this stuff. It just seemed like he was just tired. Like, it seemed like he was just and again, whether if he was like, because he mentioned something about going on a holiday or whatever, whether if that's true, it doesn't necessarily matter. But like, it's just, to me, it just sort of seems like he's just mentally and emotionally exhausted. I'm just sort of wondering, because you can kind of look at it both ways, is that maybe he just needs a fresh start, so any team will obviously grant him that. That's not Melbourne. But then at the same time, maybe it might even make it worse because it's Collingwood. Like, Collingwood, there's always going to be cameras around. And because Oliver is the name that is also a standard with, drama and all this stuff, it is that thing. I think as a footy club, I think they do have to look at it in the sense of like, we can like turn him around, and like, it wouldn't take much to sort of turn him around in his football aspect. It's more the off-field stuff. But it's, I don't know, do we look at it in a positive where it's like, well, all we got to do is get him off the gear. If we do that, we've essentially got, at the very least, all he's got to do is be a good backup to Long. If you can do that, then like, that's a massive pass mark in my eyes, especially because he's only on 400K. We don't need him to be this like superstar player when he's on that type of cash. So I'm sort of, but then as I said, like maybe it could make it even worse because, with the pressures, if he's struggling under the pressures under Melbourne, the media's not going to get any better, or they're not going to lay off because he's at Collingwood. If anything, the media's going to lay on him more, if that makes any sense.
Do you think he's better than Long?
Yeah.
I mean, right now I'm probably taking Long.
Yeah.
Because again, like we have had players come into the club and they've taken 12 months to get right, aka Houston and Schultz. But it's one of those things where it's sort of like when you are growing a plant. The plant's not going to be a plant from day one, right? It's a process, and it grows over time. And even regardless if Oliver comes in and he's better than Long, worse than Long, it doesn't necessarily matter. The fact that he's there and he's like growing each day, getting better each day, we're putting ourselves in a position to where when he gets better than say Long or whatever, we're giving him that opportunity to achieve that, if that makes any sense. So I'm kind of like for it, to be honest. Like again, because it's so cheap. Like he's not coming in on the contract he's on at Melbourne. Like he's coming in on about 400K because I believe he's on about 1.1 mil. They take if Melbourne are paying 700 over the 5 years, you're having Oliver at 400. I think is it a gamble? Absolutely, especially the 5 years. But again, I think we need to be a bit of a footy club where we sort of do need to take a risk. Because again, it can turn out like Beams, like Beams did not turn out well. But I think we do need to be that club that if it pays off, it's similar to the Jamara Ugle-Hagan as well. I feel like as a club, because we have got all of our ducks in a row, I feel like we need to take a bit of a risk and sort of back in our culture, back in the fact that, well, because we don't know what's going on in like Clary's head. So when it comes to that, what if we are the culture to sort of, get into his head, and he's thinking more positive thoughts, he's wanting to, be the best version of himself. For all we know, he could be talking, hey, I want to ditch the gear. I want to turn my life around for the better. If that's what he's like trying to do, and Melbourne is that culture where it's not helping him, it's only enabling all the bad sort of trying to think of the word, all the bad habits that are enabling all these like behaviors. I think it's definitely a risk because we're not really, again, for a guy of Clary's talents at 400K, you don't get if this pays off and we get best case scenario, where like Clary is like the first, like Clary is like worth that. Is probably worth at the very least 800K if he's like gonna come out of like if he's gonna come out as like the better version of this, then he's at the very least worth 800K. If he's on 400, that's half the price. And I think sometimes, as I said, like we need to back in our culture, back in what we do, and sometimes these things work. Obviously, sometimes they don't. But again, it's like,
but look,
how can you know if you don't try?
There's a really interesting thing you bring up there. There is, he could come out and say, I am sorry, just like your missus said to you that time when she was sorry, or you can say to your missus. But now, and after you said, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the get out of jail free card. It is now the act of being sorry, meaning whatever I did fucking hurt you, I will not do that again. And the act of being sorry far outweighs saying sorry, because narcissists just say sorry to get off the hook, and it's fuck you, you've got to prove right. Now, Ben Cousins, he did that whole, I'm all fucked up on drugs and whatever, oh, woe is me, and the whole fucking hand, the back of his hand fused to his forehead and all that shit. At the end of the day, he did that special. He never ever turned up on drug support ads or doing any sort of support in the community. Now, Jordan DeGoey, when he went off the rails, I'll let you in a little secret here, but Gavin Krasiska actually runs what is the Betty Claude Clinic for footballers who are drug fucks. And he took Geordie aside and said, well, here's the way it is, young fella. You've got incredible talent. You're 1 in 700 in the fucking country of 20 million people. You've got a special talent and you're pissing it against the fucking wall. So to prove you're sorry to the rest of the world, you're working at the fucking Salvos for the next 2 years. So back in 2014-15, Jordan De Goey was working for the Salvation Army to prove that he was sorry. And he was sorry. So there's my bit of the flaw there, but I don't disagree with your point, but the act of being sorry is the act. It's not saying you're sorry. And Clayton, I reckon it's damaged goods, man. But that's my call. Someone else take the floor.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
Me too as well. Yeah, I'll have a bit. I'll have the floor. So
Also with that real quick, I'm pretty sure with Gavin Grziska, I'm pretty sure he's still active at the club too. So again, we could even probably use him again for that scenario. So again, if we have the tools to make it work, I just think that this is something we should sort of, again, like, this is obviously barring on the fact that if Fly and Lepage are talking to Clary, obviously if he's full of shit, he's full of shit, right? Then you can ditch him. But like, at the very least, you got to suss it out and you got to know where Clary's head's at. Because if his head is, I want to get better, I want to do all these things, you know, like, I feel like the thing that we shouldn't be doing is just ignoring it and like moving on to the next option. Because again, if we can get him right, like, he would be such a fantastic footballer. And again, we only need him to be as a backup to Long. If he's anything better than that, it's a massive, massive bonus. And again, like, if he, like, obviously if anyone's like seen Clary's like best form, he's a fucking good footballer. Like, so yeah, it's yeah. And then again, if the players are also like for it as well too, like, again, these clubs don't just like, oh, we like this player, therefore we get them. Like, obviously there's many conversations that happen inside of a club. But yeah, if there is a avenue where Clary wants to be the best version of himself, and like everyone's all in agreement of, yeah, okay, yeah, let's back in this choice. Yeah, we just need to do it. Yeah. And like 400k too for Clary, like if this works out, that's 400k that we're like, 400k is like basically like a top end, not top end VFL player, but I'm trying to think of like someone who would be on like 400 at the moment, but like, yeah, it's definitely not someone that you would basically lock into your 23 right now. You know?
Yeah.
It's so fucking cheap.
Probably the hyphen was on 400k. Maybe Will Hoskin Elliott, do you think?
Yeah.
That's probably a 400k player.
Especially for this year, yeah, he'd be probably the guy you'd think would be on 400.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm just going to introduce Adrian into the chat. Good day, Age.
Is he a newbie?
Good evening, Woodsman. How are we?
Very good, mate.
Yeah, we'll go.
I don't know if it's...
Go Pies.
Go Pies. I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but I just want to say I'm so glad to see Harry Perryman there at number 5. That absolutely the best thing I saw tonight when I saw him at number 5, because I said, you know what? The amount of not crap, but a lot of the supporters just don't know what they're seeing with Harry Perryman. And to see him there at number 5 tells you everything you need to know about that bloke. Yeah. He obviously does every little thing the coach wants him to do every single week, whether that's 5 touches, 15 touches, whatever he's doing is absolutely coach's orders every week. And that proves it right there.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, he's fast becoming everyone's, if not favourite or second favourite player, because just as you said, Adrian, mate, he does the things whatever Fly asks him to do. He's been asked to do a few things, and I would just love to see him in the midfield next year. That's we'll see what happens with that, but you would think that he's got the attributes for the midfield, you know, to be like sort of like a hard nut inside mid, because he uses the ball well. He's smart. He's composed. All right.
Yeah, he could be our next. Just on that, Mick, he could. I'm thinking about Harry Perriman. I reckon he could be our next Jack Crisp. There's so much about Jack Crisp and Harry Perriman, the way they play their footy together in regard to the hardness, as I said. I reckon we'll see more of Harry, hopefully, in the midfield, and I reckon we'll probably be starting to sort of like put the two together in regards to the connection. I think I'm hoping to see that too. Just quickly, we'll talk about it hopefully later on. Some interesting no names in that top 10. You haven't got your captain there in your top 10, so we'll talk about that. I know he missed a few games, but we have to talk about that and as to whether he holds the captaincy next year or whether we hand it over to somebody else, because I was talking to a good Collingwood supporter who knows a lot more about Collingwood than me, a person who's watched a lot of football over many years, many decades, who's had his opinion on what should happen next year. No Dan Houston, that's no surprise, in the top 10 as well. And apart from Jamie Elliott, no other forward in the top 10. That is where we need to really, I think, cut open our season this year and hopefully sort out a few issues that we had this year that we can fix next year. I think it's a big, big piece of the pie we need to concentrate on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go, Anthony. Go.
All right. I just saw right now that apparently my check is going to be announced tomorrow, going to Melbourne. Apparently he was at Casey today, so he was getting like a media
Medical?
thing done today.
Yeah.
I think he got a medical. I think he had a medical yesterday too.
Medical, was it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so
I think it was yesterday with Melbourne. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So apparently he's gone. So they'll free up some space for us. And then I think it has to be McStay just key forward the whole season. Like we can't play him as a ruckman and all this bullshit. Just play McStay as that focal target and bring in West, I reckon. Yeah.
And Buller.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and Buller as well.
Now, with Buller, we're all just assuming that he's playing for us next year. Is that like almost a done deal?
It is.
Yeah.
It is?
Like
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're the only club after him, so yeah, I think he wants to come. And Sydney have offered another couple of years, I think, but no other AFL teams or clubs are chasing him. So I think his wish is to come to Melbourne, and his wish is to play with us. So yeah, I think that's
it. That's
done
the extent
deal,
of it.
basically.
No, but he's expressed interest to play for us to come to Melbourne, but Sydney can still say no, fuck you. So look, maybe not. 14 days from now, we'll be saying, why the fuck's he at Adelaide? You know, like it's going to get real silly over him. I want
You're
him.
right. It's going to be silly.
14 days.
Get ready for
tomorrow. Woo! It's going to be nothing like it in the 14th of October.
Yeah, it's going to be the old bucking horses. I tell you, starting from Monday or whatever it is, or Tuesday next week, it is mayhem, and a lot of deals don't get done until the last couple of days. We're hoping that we'll get some of these deals for our sake early, something like guys like that. Will early, but if they're not done by the last couple of days, then we can start being a little bit worried, because those ones seem like they should be pretty much, dot the I's, cross the T's. They really should be pretty simple. So if we can't get those done early, then start worrying.
Yeah, I heard a bit of a rumour with Buller. The rumour I heard was Sydney caught on that we were into him from sort of the middle of the year, and that's partly the reason they started playing him, because their season was already cooked, so it wasn't a thing of sort of, needing to make finals or anything. They were sort of getting out of contention pretty quick. They started playing him just to boost his value up, knowing that he was going to request the trade, and now it goes from him never having played a game and we would have got him for virtually nothing to now it becomes one of those things where it's a bit of a tug of war where they can sort of be like, hey, he was in our best 22 for the second half of the year.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things.
Bit of a Joe Richards scenario where Joe Richards was good enough to play for us. We just couldn't slip him into a place. And then, lo and behold, then he's gone to Port Adelaide, and good luck to him. I wish him well there, but I really wish we kept him. I think it's a similar situation to that. We're picking up him instead of losing him, though.
Yeah. All right. So all I've been hearing around the traps is about this bloke here. Now, people were saying, "Oh, we're after Bailey Humphrey," blah blah blah, and then I find out fucking Carlton YouTube channels are doing the same thing, superimposing his head on a Carlton jumper. Melbourne supporters are doing the same thing. So I think he's just shopping himself around everywhere. Now, the fact that I know it's crazy season where everyone's being linked everywhere. Now, the fact that we're being linked with him and to a lesser extent Butters, I know that's a pipe dream, but the thing is, though, the only way we could get someone like him or another biggish fish would be to get rid of Bobby Hill. Now, Bobby Hill wasn't at the Copeland tonight. So is Bobby Hill gone? What do you think?
I mean, if you look at history, that's very telling.
Yeah.
Because obviously we know from Bobby's perspective he doesn't want to go. But if we're really going to be serious here, that's not the first time a player has wanted to stay, but then they get traded out anyway. I mean, look at Trelaw, look at Grundy. That's just the Collingwood examples. This one coming.
It does penalise, you know. It's not just a free hit to do that like he is under contract. So we would, in the case of Checkers, we can pick up a draft. We can potentially pick up a second round pick or something. But if we let Bobby go, that one, look, I really don't. I want to say to people, don't poke that one because I reckon that's basically it's the media commentating on the media, commentating on the media. And look, just riddle me this, guys. About the first buy, Craig Kelly came out quite openly on Triple M, I think it was, and said, to anyone who wants to head on and get a bigger deal, like by all means, explore your options. Meaning, that's code. He's next player manager. That's code for don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Don't play these fucking games. All right. Now, isn't it funny that he also a week earlier said these player managers, they all want to go the big fucking 7-year deals, blah, 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 for lots of money and then do nothing and drink coffee. I prefer these 2- and 3-year deals because at least the player managers are working. The very next week, Elliott and Checkers come up in the paper and they're both managed by the same player manager who apparently publicly doesn't get along with Craig Kelly. Well, fuck me. Gee whiz, what a whiny little fucking bitch who just doesn't like getting called out for the lazy cunt that he is, because player managers are the biggest fucking lazy solicitors there are on the planet. And solicitors are lazy by nature. Player managers are the worst kind of solicitors. So whoever manages Elliott and fucking Checkers, fuck him. Jamie, get a new manager. I'd rather say fuck this guy up because Craig Kelly obviously has history and they don't like each other. Cheers, guys.
Yeah. Good one, Boomer. With Jamie, did Jamie knock back a deal with Gold Coast for 3 years and he took 2 years with us? Is that?
Yeah.
Am I correct there?
Yeah.
Well, good on him. Because we only offered 2 years at $650, and Oh, who else? With I know. Look, I can. As soon as I say this word, I know Sean's going to jump in and say we can't get him until next year. But Butters, and I've been guilty whenever Anthony Pies Footy does his chats, I'm always putting it into the chat, Butters, because I just want to make it a thing, because I love him. I love Zach Butters, especially when he does those crazy eyes when he does that pose, and I could just imagine him doing it in a Collingwood jumper. But I would, and he would fit in with us. He's an A-list midfielder. He'll be perfect. Yeah. He's that perfect in between Nick and
inside
Jordan. Now. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Is there any hope in getting him? And if we do get him on the last day, that would obviously mean we get rid of Bobby and probably what's his name, Ed Allen as well. That would that's the only way we would get a big fish. Like even Humphrey, if we get Humphrey, we would have to get rid of Hill and Allen, I reckon, not just Hill.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the club's positioning, the club's sort of hinting at this Bobby Hill thing. I think it's sort of like fishing. They're throwing the line out there a bit.
Exactly.
I reckon they're just waiting to see if West Coast or something sort of come with an offer, and then they'll go from there, sort of thing. I think Collingwood don't want to be the ones to be seen initiating any of this. I think they want it to be one of those West Coast come with an awesome deal, and then it's sort of like, oh, Bobby, well, do you want to go to Perth, sort of thing. I think a lot ties into what happens with Hill with any of these players, because yeah, you're right. We've got no wriggle room unless he's shown the door, really.
I think he's gone. He wasn't at the BNF tonight. I think he's gone.
Bobby, yeah. The thing with Bobby, I don't want to delve into Bobby's personal life. We've done enough of that stuff, but the club could also be thinking that, okay, obviously he's going to be away from his kids for another season. Does that mean he's going to miss out on training every fucking second time because he wants to, because he's dealing with that situation of not being able to see his children? And the club's probably thinking, you know what, mate, this is too much. Let's just get rid of him and let some other club deal with this stuff, because we've got a good culture. If we can get someone like a Humphrey or a fucking, I'll say it again, Butters, then, Bobby Hill, mate. Like, thanks for the Norm Smith, man. Thanks for the memories, but it's a business, mate. Yeah. Anyone else we're looking at? Go on, mate. Who was that?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think with the Bobby Hill thing, I think I don't know where I heard the rumor, but I think it was there was a big board at board level. There was a big conversation around Bobby Hill and what they do. So I mean, who knows what came out of that? But yeah, I just feel like we're positioning ourselves to see him off. That's just what it sort of feels like right now. So yeah, but like I said, I think they would only do it if they've got a player lined up on the other end. So I think it might be one of those things. If they know Humphrey's gettable or something, then it'll just be like, all right, go get into action straight away. I think they don't want to get rid of him just for the draft picks. I think they'll only be getting rid of him if there's a player that they know wants to come. I feel like that's where we've positioned ourselves with him. So
yeah, I agree. I just quickly agree. I think the fact I was one of my questions were to those that were aware or watching, did he turn up for the Copeland? Obviously he didn't, which is not surprising. But yeah, I do think too much has happened over the last 4 or 5 months for this not to turn into a situation where I think for both parties' sakes going forward, I think it's time to sort of like say, yeah, I think, unless Collingwood can actually get a good deal going, there's obviously going to be some takers. Now, whether they're the two Western Australian clubs where Bobby's family comes from and all of that, but there'd be some other takers as well. But you do not remove your Norm Smith medalist and a 26, 27-year-old small forward like he has been with Collingwood over the 3 years that he's been here, and you don't remove him and get rid of him, wave him goodbye, unless you can actually better your team list. So they may be looking at something at the moment, but what this does do, obviously, and the journos will have a field day, and I really don't give a stuff what they think, but the fact that he hasn't gone to the Copeland will create all stories amongst all the muckraking media and all that sort of stuff. So again, we'll have to put up with it. But we'll just wait and see. I don't think we'll get Bailey Humphrey. I just don't think Gold Coast are going to get rid of him. I could be proven wrong there. So it may be somebody like that. I agree with Mick. If you can land Zach Butters, you mightn't be able to do it this year, but you might be able to organise something where he actually comes to you next year, so we can just put up with a little bit of, I suppose, disappointment maybe with the 2026 season with losing Bobby, or maybe, not having a great draft hand, not having a lot in regards to trading or getting players in from the trade. But if you've got something organised where you are the front runner, and let's face it, I'm hearing Hawthorn, I'm hearing the Western Bulldogs, they're all into Zach Butters as well. Collingwood will have to go in red hot for him. They can't be half-hearted about it. If you're going after Zach Butters, you've got to absolutely go after him red hot. And if it means a three-way trade or deal involving three clubs and Bobby's involved in it somewhere along the lines in the next couple of weeks, but it means that we get or improves our chances and well ahead of Hawthorn, well ahead of the Bulldogs or any other club for that matter, do it. But you don't want to cut your losses and then you end up with absolute egg on your face because you are assuming that you're going to get this great guy from South Australia in Zach Butters, and then you lose both Zach Butters and then you lose Bobby. So, I mean, they've got to be absolutely 100% sure that they've got all their priorities in order in regards to that. And I think, he's the sort of guy that we need. I've talked about this before. The biggest problem I see with our team going into 2026 is the midfield support that Nick has around him. He's going to get just totally battered and bullied, and as he's always has been since he's been in that team, integral part of that team. But he's going to be even more so if he's the number one guy going into 2026. So we really got to have another big body type of, or at least somebody with experience to help Nick out, and there's no two ways about it. We're going to eventually lose Crispy. We're going to lose Pendles after next year. Sidey, they're playing less midfield anyway. The coach just has to pull the lever and put Josh in there a little bit more. We've got to see Perryman in there a little bit more, McCreary in there a little bit more. Maybe we do get somebody else that can carry the weight a little bit from another club over the next couple of weeks. We can get somebody which might be able to just do something special. But I'm more concerned about Nick's future in regards to him being the number one target for our team from the opposition, because you pull him to pieces, there's not a lot there after him in regards to match winners. When you look at, look at the Hawthorn stacked midfield that they're going to have next year, and Gold Coast have already got it. So have Brisbane. So we've just got to try and do our absolute best in regards to going after the best available person. So I'm with Mick. I'd rather go after Zach Butters because I think he's more achievable, more gettable than a guy like Bailey Humphrey.
Yeah. Port would
I'm
fucking hate
thinking the
that.
opposite, though, to be honest. I reckon if we're talking just solely this year, I think Humphreys is the more likely option, just because. Also as well, I think you've got to acknowledge. I don't think Collingwood are going to fall for the trap of overpaying for players just because it's like urgent. You look at all the clubs across the competition. They seem to show a lot of patience, like the Geelongs. Geelong's probably the best example, to be fair. We sort of, I just feel like we're just going to show a bit of patience. Obviously, we're going to talk to Butters, and we're going to suss out what's going on there. But I think that's really all it is. It's just to get a gauge. Hey, are you going this year? And then if not, it's like, we'll see you next year, and we'll offer up a deal then. But I reckon because Humphries is the guy that's in contract and wanting out. I think that's a lot more likely because when he's out of contract, I'm pretty sure he's contracted for multiple years. So I think at the moment his value's only going to go up the more he plays. He'll be more consistent. He'll be a better player. I just don't. Yeah, I feel like if we're going to prioritize anyone, it'll be Humphries, to be honest.
Yeah.
I agree with ultimate greatness. Like Anthony said on Pies Footy, if we don't do it now, Bobby's, what did he say, could go down in trade value. So if we don't do, I think we will get Bailey Humphrey because he said he wants to come back to Victoria. I think we're in a chance to get him.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though. Like there is, again, a lot of these players will say things like that, but it also depends on where the interest is. Like, I mean, if you look at, say, someone like the North Melbourne, for example, a lot of teams in that sort of like caliber, they go after those players, but they don't get them. Why? It's not because of the money, because they've got plenty of money, because they don't have any players good enough to take up all the cap. So it's more, is that club going to have success and stuff? And I feel like players will prioritize success over money.
Yeah. And just with Humphrey, yeah, okay. Now Humphrey is, I look at him this way: he's hot and cold. He can fucking dominate. He's that Dusty Degoe type that pinch hits in the midfield and goes nuts and goes up forward and kicks a couple of goals. But I've also seen him be absolutely fucking non-existent in games. Are we overrating him?
Why that is, though?
Because he's not getting enough midfield time. Is that why?
Because he's too young.
He's too young. He's only 21, huh? Yeah.
He's too young. If you look at all the players in his position, perfect example is Pachaka. Pachaka didn't come good till the season 2020-21.
Yeah.
Before then, he was just a role player. So I can't remember exactly what year he came into the league. But if you go back and look at all those years, he wasn't that. I mean, the media were trying to pump him up as a superstar. But if you look at his numbers, it was very like role player like.
Yeah.
And then that's the thing, these guys, they're just a slow burn for 5, 6, 7 years. But then once they hit, they absolutely smash it. So I think he's 21, I think, in terms of his age. So give him another 2, 3 years, and then, you'll see. I mean, similar to Degoe. Degoe was the same.
Yeah.
He didn't burst onto the scene until he burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
You look at explosive mids, they always take time, but when they hit, they absolutely hit.
Yeah.
So,
I think the only person in the people that are with us now and on the chat, the only one that is against us putting Bobby up for trade is the one and only Manny Costo, who's been bombarding the chat with don't get rid of Bobby, he's one of Norm Smith, blah, 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 Humphrey's fucking shit, blah, blah, blah. Come on, Manny, mate.
Come on, Manny.
Come on. Oh, Manny, mate.
I could not disagree with that take anymore.
Manny's going to go nuts, mate, on the island of Lesbos.
We're going to go off.
I will say this when it comes to Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill was a good player. I'll never take that away from him. But that's the thing. If he does not have his Norm Smith, we are not talking about him in the same line. Like, let's just be honest here. Let's take off our Collingwood hats off and let's be real. If he doesn't have that Norm Smith, we don't talk about him in the high regard as we do.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, the thing with Bobby as well is the other thing with Bobby as well is we strive for premierships. We always do, grand finals, premierships, but with this list and this cycle of the Collingwood Football Club, we pinched that premiership. So it's not like we're a desperate club right now, like a Carlton, where you're just desperate to get there. We achieved it in 23, and now we're at a point where some of these decisions need to be made for the future. So, it ties back into the Bobby Hill thing. If we were desperate to win that premiership and we've got to try and get there like a Carlton sort of is or was, now they've tipped over, but we've got the premiership in the bag. Bobby won the Norm Smith, and now we sort of need to look for the next phase. And look, if it's the best thing for the club, I know it's going to be painful for a lot of people, and I know we don't really have a walk-up crafty forward like him that'll just take over straight away. But yeah, look, I understand Manny, but I think it might be the best thing for the club to move him on.
Yeah. Also,
we don't want to.
Bobby. Oh, sorry. Just real quick.
I was just going to say one thing. We don't want a repeat of 2025 next year. We don't want to see this sort of like circus where Bobby is not at training, not playing, and we've got all the questions coming from our supporters, our members, and the media treating it some sort of like big top circus performance, and they're ridiculing the club in regards to the handling of it and all this sort of stuff. What should they do? What do they do? And all that. We saw it right up until finals. Whether we play them in any of those two finals. The media love to sort of like create a drama when it comes to Collingwood. We don't need to pour fuel on our own like little problems. We now have seen and it's been a real life experience this year from one of our really great players who did win a Norm Smith medal in 2023, but we cannot afford to go through that circus that we went through this year. We've got knowledge of what happened this year. They need to make the right decision. It's not an easy decision. It's not an easy decision. I will say that. They have to come to the right decision. Bobby's got to be absolutely 100%. He's got to be 100% in 2026. If he's not, you can't take that risk. I'm sorry, but you cannot take that risk because too much damage occurred in the second half of the year, and I don't care what anyone says. One of the other reasons why we lost, we went off the rails a little bit and lost our form and our ability to win games and to seal in a top 2 spot. One of those reasons, not the only reason, but one of those reasons was because of the drama surrounding Bobby Hill.
And the one thing I'll add to that is, what about if his wife wants to go back to WA? She's going to want to take the kids. You're going to tell me Bobby's not going to request a trade at the end of the year?
She's already gone, Chris. I think she's already gone.
Yeah. What about is it going to ask for a trade then to go?
Yeah, so it's always going to be a problem, I reckon. Like it's always he's going to want to
100%
kids and all this sort of
100%.
stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Go, Anthony. Go.
Yeah, I'll add on. I think this trade period is one of the most important, I think, in recent years because it's sort of this point where we either go in two ways. So we either go all in next year, but the way I want to see us go is a bit of a different approach to set up a long period at success. So I want to have a good 5 years of just constantly being up like in the top 4. Like the Lions are going to do it now. So I think if we even lose a few players here or there, like we lose a Bobby Hill here or there, it might be better in the long run. And I don't know if you guys have seen Bobby Hill's like Instagram comments, right? Like the black and white emojis. So that it's on the surface, he wants to stay, but then I think it's gonna make, if it happens, if he goes, it's gonna cause a hell of a mess because I think it could also be a motive to try and put it on the club. So he's saying, I'm a Collingwood player, and if he still wants to be traded, a blame lies on Collingwood. So there's a lot of ways, because like players don't comment for no reason. Players are going to comment with have a goal in mind, and I think we can't forget that if Bobby Hill goes, it could be a very, very messy one, and it sort of gives me 2021 vibes, like just the way it's panning out. Like Myercheck leaving, Bobby Hill might leave, so we just got to manage it, bring in some youth, and hopefully just get through it, because it could be a bit messy. Yeah.
I don't see that, dude. I think you're trying to read far too much into it, dude. It's a couple of fucking emojis. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'll put up finger up emojis at people. Like, what is that? That just makes no sense. You can't base what he's going to do on a couple of social media postings. In fact, if I was an AFL player, as Paddy Dangerfield and fucking, what's his name, Bailey Smith, gee, I'm a fucking rock star, I'm a footballer, but I'm totally unfucking funny, and that is why he's a dickhead, because he should be a footballer. People fuck around and do this shit, guys. Like, I would be off social media, and I'd say to players, guys, stay away from it. It's fucking toxic, and it will fucking kill your career. But I don't see how just putting up the Collingwood thing, emojis. What's the opposite? If he puts up Fremantle, suddenly the rumours fly. If he puts up nothing, it's ignoring. I don't know. I just think it's, if you win, saying if you lose, say nothing, and if you win, say even less. That's a Bob Murphy thing. But I don't think he can really. No one knows what he's thinking. The guy's having mental issues because his life is breaking down outside of his house, outside of football. It's a really fucked up thing to be in. None of us have been there. We don't know. We're being probably a bit disingenuous by trying to work out what he's doing. And I don't mean that in a bad way, guys. I'm just saying what I feel. Yeah. But got to watch social media, guys. It's not good for your mental health. Trust me.
Oh, yeah. Nah. Oh, and it's everywhere too, mate. Like, you try and connect with people. Oh, get me on Instagram. Get me on WhatsApp. Get me on Twitter. Get me on Facebook. It's like, mate, fucking hell, mate. There's so many things. Like, I look at my phone and I've got so many social media apps that I don't even like. The only one I really use is Facebook, just because I've got friends overseas. It's the easiest way to keep in touch with them. Twitter, a little bit. Instagram, I don't even understand it. TikTok, I don't even understand it. It's just everywhere, mate. What do you do, mate? It's the times.
With content creators, I'm going to say for everybody, if you want to be like someone as a content creator, look at Pommy Oz. He is the fucking Dutch gut. Yes, Pommy. Yeah. He is the elite of fucking of content creators. The way he prepares. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Everybody knows that. But not everyone does that. The way he puts in effort, questions, all the shit he does, he lets you know as soon as you see him say, "G'day, everyone," there's an air of confidence. It just exudes from his body because he's done all the prep work. He's done the practice. He knows when their slips catches coming straight him at 100 miles an hour, he's going to catch the fucking thing because he's done it in the nets. Pommy Oz is the one every content creator should aspire to be like. And I hope you're listening, Pom, and I'll take the £20 bet later. But anyway, I think just looking at his stuff, mate, simulate Pom, you're not going to get it right. You're not going to be Pommy Oz, but you're going to do the best impression of yourself while trying to do that. And that in itself can only be gold, can't it? So, but I think...
And he's got... He's got that natural fucking charisma. Like, he just rips out one-liners like one after the other. It's just fucking brilliant, yeah?
And he's got the good Pommy accent too, because there's some really, really fucked up Pommy accents. He's got one of the better ones, so he's done well there too. But I've loved his content, and just think of that. He's a Carlton fan. Like, I mean, come on, guys, we've got to drag that one over. Can we do a swap? Can we maybe package up Anthony from Pies Footy? Yeah, we'll do a trade. We'll get Manny and Anthony from Pies Footy, and we'll send them over to Blues Abroad, and we'll get fucking Pommy Oz with us. What do you think, guys? Can we do a trade? let's
like a future second.
Everyone's
ask me.
We're begging round.
Me in with that deal.
And Pommy fucking knows his shit too, doesn't he? Like, he really gets deep into it. Like, with the draft, he knows the kids that are playing for fucking in the waffle and shit like that. It's amazing.
The craziest part too is that he's only known the game for like 15 years.
Yeah.
I think he came over around 2010, I want to say.
It's bordering on stalking, isn't it? The way he does it.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
crazy the work he does. You know, I'm always sending him private messages, just being like, "Hey mate, just keep up the great work. Like you are really the best in the business. Don't let anyone stop you." I'm like, no, the dude's an absolute beast.
Yeah.
You know, with all the team talk and the bringing in this, bringing him back the other, can I just draw the attention to a certain player who was going to be our focal point of our backline earlier this year, and that was Reece McInnes. What are our thoughts on him, and where will he be in the 2026 picture, guys?
Yeah. I really,
rehab
I was
room.
never a fan. I was never a fan of the Reef in the defense thing. I don't know, man. It just did not suit well with me. I reckon he did all right as a forward. Like for the minutes he played up forward, I reckon he kicked goals. He fucking ran up to the wings and took marks. The poor guy just kept getting injured and knocking himself out and stuff like that. And I know there was a hole to plug there in defence, and we chose him for it. But I don't know, man. The guy was I think he was a midfielder all his junior career. And then he got tried as a forward, and now they're asking him to be a tall backman. You know?
Mick, you know what happened to Reece McInnes? The same conundrum that we're going to have with like this Ed Allen and Harry DiMattia thing, where they just don't get given enough opportunity. And I know Reef's got injured a lot, but he was drafted as a tall mid, and he has never played one fucking minute in the midfield. So now it gets to the point where he's almost on the scrap heap. I know he's got another opportunity. He's staying on the list, but it's just the same. It's the same thing. When there was opportunity to play him a couple of years ago, they only played him bits and bobs as like a forward bloody pocket. So this is the thing. If we're going to have a bit of an off year next year, which, look, I hope not, but there's a good chance, just give him a block in the middle for a month. Like, and if he doesn't cut it, he doesn't cut it. Because I reckon you're right. I don't think he's a defender. They're just trying to find a position for him other than the one he was drafted for. So, I don't know. It's just, I'm getting really concerned about these players not getting given the opportunities in their best position. And I reckon, Reef's one of those guys. And I just feel like it's just not going to work purely because he just hasn't been given the opportunities.
I will say
agree with that. And
sorry, you go.
Just going to say, I agree with that, but I also think, I think we need to explore. He needs to be given more chance. If it's not in the midfield, up in the forward line. And I'm going to say right here, right now, it's not going to be popular, but I would start him in the forward line before Dan McStay next year. Game one, all day, every day. Don't care. Sorry, I'm giving Reef a chance. When you're fit and ready to go, Reef, we're going to give you a few games, a block of games as one of our forwards to kick some goals. If he's not good enough to play in the midfield, like he was obviously drafted for, so be it. But for me, I agree with Mick again. I think with the small amount of opportunities he had when he was playing in the forward line for the Pies going back a year or two ago, he did more than enough, in my opinion, to be given regular opportunities. And he was always the scapegoat when we lost those games. And they wouldn't drop any other forward. They keep those other guys that would hardly catch a ball, kick a goal. Poor old Reef, because he was the youngest, the least experienced, he was back to the VFL. It's got to stop. That sort of rubbish has got to stop. If you want Reef on your list again going into 2026, you play him. None of this bullshit that we saw previously.
He won't be a sub, though, because the sub rule will be gone. He will be there from the start to finish.
Sub's gone.
So much better.
Well, I want him in the team, though. Boomer. I want him in the team. I want him up playing in the forward line. Yeah. I want him up. Well, no good keeping him. Let's see. We still don't know whether the guy is good enough. That's a disgrace that we've kept hold of a guy for 3 years, 3 seasons, nearly 4 now, and we still don't know whether he's good enough. That's a damning blight on the coaching of Collingwood and the fact that this guy, I know he's been injured. That's no one's fault. But, when he's fit, ready to go, like I said, He gets a game. He has to get a game. Stop falling back and giving these damn little favourites like Dan McStay. For me, he's got a job to do to win back the respect and the support of the supporter who feel that he's let himself down, but also let his team down with a very disappointing 2025. I know he had a knee injury and all of that previous to that. Know that. I'll give him a little bit of leeway, flexibility on that side of it. But honestly, mate, if we lose Brody Myercheck, and don't expect Jamie to kick another 60 again next year. It'd be great if he could. But, I mean, he's going to have the best defender on him again, as if he did this year. He was always getting the best defender on him again. The same thing's going to apply next year. We need some of those guys to absolutely pull their finger out. Because Dan McStay, he wanted to come to Collingwood. He wanted to play as a forward. And, he was all right at the beginning. Then he had his knee injury. That's unfortunate. But 2025 has been a wasted year for him, and he needs to pull his finger out, and not to the detriment of a young fellow like Reece McGuinness. He gets a game before Dan, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't care if that's an unpopular view. That is the way I'm going into 2026. I don't know whether Fly and whether the coaches will agree with me. They'll probably go with the same old aspect of the game and the same old list and the same old lineup. But that's what I'm putting out there right now. Otherwise, you're just wasting that guy's time, wasting Reece McGuinness's time again. We've got to stop doing that.
Yeah. I will say just real quick, there's 2 points I've got to make with that. One, I don't think it's 100% McStay's fault, only because I think a lot of the blame needs to go to the coaching staff and actually moving him around. The players require a lot of structure and consistency. When you try and players around like that, because McStay was playing Brock, even back a lot of times, it's really hard to get some form in when you're basically all over the ground. So, we've seen it with Frampton. Frampton was the same. He only came good when he had consistent game time in the back line. So, with McStay, he needs to do the same thing, have consistent minutes in the forward line for him to be any good. And the other point I will say with Reece is that if you actually look at his stats, I think he averages 1.4 goals a game, which in terms of the competition, that's actually very, very good. So, obviously, we did play him in the forward line for a little bit there, but yeah, for a team that sort of struggles to kick goals and to kick an actual score, and especially now that he's beefed up a lot in his shoulders, in his chest and everything like that, maybe it is a thing where he could play that forward role now that he's more physically ready for it. So maybe something to think about.
Yeah. All right, guys. Just on the screen there, some of the other award winners of the night. All right, so who we got here? Darren Mullane Award for the best clubman, Darcy Cameron. All right, so he's popular around the club as well. Jeez. All right. Leading goal kicker, Jamie. Best defensive pressure, Ned Long. Well, he would have been competing up against probably Bo, who probably didn't play enough games to compete with him for that award. Side bottom, yeah. What's his best young player? Ed Allen. Now, sorry?
Perryman would have done a lot of defensive.
Would have
done a lot of things in the defensive half of the ground.
Now, this is a peculiar one, the best young player, Ed Allen. I agree with the award, but the thing is, though, if he's our best young player for this year, it just kind of it's just telling us that our list is old. Good, isn't it? Our best young player played fucking 6 games or something. It's usually, the best young player award is some rookie kid that plays the whole season and, but not us,
Spot on, Mick. Spot on.
Now, let's talk about Ed Allen for a bit. Yeah,
Yep.
a lot of raps on him. He can't kick, man. And like, all right, he should be an inside mid. Matt from Bangkok has been saying that for ages. He's an inside mid. Stop playing him on the wing because he can't kick, man. But when you see him in the VFL, he gets a lot of the even when he was playing for the AFL, he seems to get a lot of the ball. But you know, if he wants to be in that upper echelon of players, he's got to learn to kick. Now, have you guys ever seen someone improve their kicking like exponentially in their careers? Like usually, if someone's a bad kick when they're like 21. They're going to stay an ordinary kick, I reckon. Yeah.
I mean, there is. I reckon one of the examples was Shai Bolton when he was originally drafted. He had like when I say this guy couldn't hit a target, he literally couldn't hit a target. Like I want to say he took him about 3 years to make him debut. I remember seeing him in the VFL. Would have been maybe second year or something. He could not, for the life of him, hit a target. I'm not saying he's one of the best kicks going around, but he's obviously improved it to where like he's gotten himself to AFL standards. And he's a recent example, Long. Like we thought Long was a terrible kick. And when he was at his peak form, he was actually hitting a lot of targets. Yeah, he had some like terrible kicks and he was like throwing them on the boot. But when he was actually like, when the intent was to hit a target, he actually hit his targets a lot more often than not. And he had a lot of smart kicks as well that the average kick doesn't normally do. So I think you can do it, but you got to like, it's so hard to sort of improve specific areas because you've got to like put in the work and you got to also show the intent, which a lot of players don't necessarily do. I mean, even like trying to kick for goal, you'd be surprised how many players in the AFL don't need practice kicking for goal, and their job is literally to be a forward. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Look, I'll jump in there. You're right with the Ned Long. You're spot on. But you know what the difference between Ned Long and Ed Allen is? Ned Long was kept in the team. No, Ned Long was kept in the team for like the back half of last season, and then round 0 or round 1 this year, he was back in there and he played all year. So just with the time, the continuity, the confidence with the coach and all that,
which also
then
builds his
yes, it builds the confidence, builds everything, right? Because you know you're playing every week, sort of no matter what, because the coach has got faith in you. Ed Allen comes in for one game, half a game, dropped, comes back in a game, dropped, comes back in, sub, gets 5 minutes at the end of the game. The thing is, it is hard to sort of base his kicking on. I just think he would completely lack confidence right now. So, yeah, his kicking skills probably aren't up to it. But again, this comes back to the same thing I was saying before. Next year's the year where you just got to play him, just like you do with Ned Long. We are playing you round 1, and we're playing you for bloody as long as you need to be played. Now, we just don't do that at this club. We randomly did it with Ned Long, but we just don't do it with any of these other young players. So
100%.
That's the thing. If look, I honestly expect him to bloody request a trade. That's my honest gut feel, because you know I just feel like he'll know he'll play 24 games at bloody West Coast and probably play a few games at Freo as well. But this is the thing. We just have to play him. And if he's not up to it, if you give him half a season and he's not up to it, at least you know. But we just don't know. That's the thing. We only get snippets of these blokes, and they'd be completely devoid of confidence because they're just not played. So
subs and stuff, like they're all subs.
Yeah, it's crap.
In like 5 minutes in the last quarter.
Yeah, but also as well too with these players, when they're getting 1 to 2 games and then they're back to the VFL, that takes away their confidence, and if it takes away their confidence, as I was saying
100%.
before, it also affects their composure. So when they have ball in
Absolutely.
hand, it's like
They're shitting
instead of having it,
themselves.
instead of actually focusing on I need to hit the next target, it is shit. If I screw up, I'm in the VFL, and
Spot on.
that change of mindset can literally it can either kill or it can create your own career. So
Absolutely.
it's like a fight or flight response.
Spot on. You just have to give him the opportunity. And then if you give him 10, 12 games, and it's like Mick said, if he still fucking can't kick, then you know, okay, well, this guy looks like he can't kick. And you just either find a spot for him that doesn't really, his kicking's not an integral part of the game, like an inside mid or something, that's fine. You found a role for him. But you just don't know. With the way we've gone about it, there's so many question marks above these players, pure and simply because they just haven't been given the opportunities. And Ed Allen's the one I'm really disappointed in because he's got the height. He seems to have the sort of agility. He seems to have all the attributes that should make him an AFL player, like a 150 sort of game player. But we're just not putting the time into him in the seniors. And it's really, this is why I said a few weeks ago, this next year, regardless of what happens, is a massive year with what we do with the young guys. It is so crucial that they all get like 10 games minimum, these guys. Crucial.
But that's the thing, age, if we get more games into these youngsters, it could affect our position on the ladder. Like
No, it won't. It actually won't. And I'm actually
I won't. Okay.
No, this is the thing, is like just because we're playing, it really depends on how you go about it, because it depends on the balance. If we're going full rebuild mode, and we got like 15 kids out there, sure, it's going to affect us, and we're going to start losing games. But to have, I don't know, let's just say we've got six kids out there, that's not going to really impact much. If anything, it's going to help us. Look back to last year. I think it was all just after the bye. That was when we probably played our best football. And who was playing? We had all the kids because we were faster. We were cleaner with the ball. Just because they're kids doesn't mean they can't play. It's
100%.
And then I think, what was it, the Gold Coast game? All the senior players came back. What happened? We might have a bit of experience, but we were way too slow. Ball movement wasn't on par. Yes, it was their first game back, but when you had Joe Richards, some of the other players, but even like Joe Richards looked like $1 million. I know I'd still do that Houston trade every day of the week, but when you got players like that are cool, calm, and composed, the way that Richards was, like you just need to back someone in. I think I always look back to, was it 2014 where we played Carlton and we debuted Tom Langdon. That kid played one game and he looked like a 150 gamer. Like, there's just certain players that, they just, it's like a duck to water to them. But then there were other players where they take time. Not everyone is Nick Dacos. Harvey Harrison, his first couple of games, he was a fish out of water. If you remember his first few games in, what was it, 23, and then 24, he was like nearly prime Poskin Elliott. We just got to back in these kids and not do it to the point where we're playing like all the kids, but have a bit of balance, have a bit of pace, have a bit of youth, have a bit of dare, but also put in some experienced guys. Like, again, it's all balance at the end of the day.
Yeah. And also the Lions, I think it was last year where the Lions began the year with a pretty old list. Like they had McCarthy and stuff like that. And then through injuries, but then they had youth in there like Morris and, they have Gallup now, they have Fletcher and stuff. And Chris Fagan he didn't drop his youth after like one game. Like the players on the side had to earn their way back in the team. Whereas with us, Ed Allen, yep, we'll play 5 minutes in the last quarter and drop to the VFL. Chris Fagan played these kids for the half of last season, and now he's gotten his team to 2 in a row and probably even 3 in a row because he's built a young core, and we just can't give kids a chance. So it's annoying because like we have a few, a bit of upside there. We just got to give him a chance, and even like Finland McRae's probably not up to it, but even him, I don't reckon he had a chance too. I reckon we gave him like one game and then he was dropped. So it's a bit annoying, yeah.
He didn't have a prolonged go at it. Yeah.
No.
I remember he played that one game against, I think it was against Port, where he set, it was either Joe Richards set him up for 3 goals or the opposite. I can't remember, but and I thought to myself, he's all right, McRae. But then after that, nothing. Yeah. All right, so we've got Harry DiMattia won the VFL Player of the Year. Now, Drury's in with this kid. Gets a lot of the ball.
Hey, can I just
drag
you back?
Go, Boomer.
Just a real quick one on who are you talking about? Finn McRae there. We drafted him at pick number 19 back in 2020, I think it was. Next pick, Geelong, Max Holmes. Whoops. Yeah. Whoopsies. Yeah. Anyway, cheers. Thanks, mate.
That segues perfectly into the next one where we drafted this kid DiMattia when Logan Morris was the next pick.
What a miss that is.
Yeah. But having said that, look, the jury's still in. You got no idea what this kid can be. Like there were big raps in the juniors. You don't know. He's only he's a teenager. In 5 years' time, he could be like an elite ball getter that fucking gets the ball out, and everyone will be saying, "You don't know this stuff,"
No, that's the thing. I reckon when it comes to Madio, we need to be patient with him.
Yeah.
I know he's out of contract next year and stuff, and next year will be a bit of a make or break. But I'll just say this: they gave him 13 for a reason. He's going to be our next Taylor Adams, not in a how. I know the second I said that, it sounds like it's a sad thing, but but the fact that it's like the things he's got over Adams, like he's got explosive pace. His kicking's actually not that bad. Like he's a better kicker than Adams. He's just. And also the other thing too is that he's a bookworm. Like he comes from the for those who don't know, he had a massive background in cricket. He was a water boy for one of the Boxing Day tests a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I've seen that footage.
The kid, he's just an absolute bookworm, loves to learn, and is effectively one of the players that Fly would absolutely love. That he's trying to get better every day. And
I reckon he's a natural leader as well. I reckon.
Yeah. So it's going to take a bit of time, but when he's ready, I can see him being very, very good. And I think people will be surprised with his height. I believe he's 186 centimeters. So he's not some sort of small midfielder either. So
who are you talking about?
Harry DiMattia. He's actually 186 centimeters.
DiMattia is 186 centimeters. You're fucking kidding me.
Yeah. He looks small, but he's actually got a bit height to him.
Fuck, he's taller than me. Fuck off. I'm 184 centimeters, and I thought I was fucking tall. Fuck.
You're all taller than Swoop Luke, guys. Yeah, so you can always fall back on that one. No matter how short you are, Swoopy is shorter. Hope you're listening, Swoop.
That's mind-boggling, that DiMattia. I've just looked it up now. He is 186. Wow. Yeah. That's like Nick.
I can go off every player's height. Because I check every single year because I'm always checking to see if they've grown or not.
Yeah. Nick is fucking 7 centimeters taller than Josh. Can you believe that?
Wow.
All right.
He probably
Everyone perceives Nick to be this like midget, but he's not, mate. It's amazing how they look out there.
Yeah. And then also as well with Harry, as much as I was comparing him to Taylor Adams, he's also got that footy IQ similar to Titch as well. So with Mitchell, you combine the two. Like again, as I said, going to take a bit and might have to wait just like a little bit longer, but it'll be worth the wait. And I don't know if it's like going to be a thing of who's better, because he may not be better than Logan Morris, but it's going to be competitive. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Because
It's
Logan
like
Morris, it's a bit sort of difficult because he was sort of he was always going to be a first round pick in terms of quality. If you watch his championships, even his like PAC Cup games, like he was always kicking goals. You could guarantee 4 goals from him every single game. The only knock on him was that he's 191 or 92 centimeters. That was the only knock on him.
Yeah.
So he was always a star, always a talent. But clubs, when they look at a key forward, they want a main option, not a third tall. So that's why he sort of slid down.
And with Brisbane's midfield, I'm telling you, fucking any half decent forward's going to look good, man. And all their small forwards are guns. So all they need is just one half decent fucking tall up there, and he'll kick his 3 or 4 every week, mate.
Yeah, and Ty Gallup, I think he's 190, 191 as well. So those key forwards are not even
crazy.
Yeah. So,
wow.
All right, guys. Kev has been waiting patiently backstage. I want to get him on.
Hey, Kev, woo!
Hey guys, how are we?
How's it going, Kev?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Pretty good. Yeah. Look.
Are you happy with DC winning over the chosen one?
I thought Nick Dacres was going to win it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think all of us did, man. But I'll tell you what, DC deserves it.
Yeah, he does. I thought he'll be top 10, but I didn't know how many votes he would have got. But it was good to see him actually doing really well and deservingly so. Like, he was good in the finals. He was good every single game that he played. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, Kev. Hey, Kev, do you reckon we should tell him? We'll let him in on the secret, right? Guess what, fellas? It's not really Kev. It's a special appearance from Matty Rowell, everybody. Big hand for Matty Rowell, our tonight's Copeland Trophy winner. Thank you.
3 votes.
3 votes. That Red Brownlow.
I'll tell you what. All right. So I'm looking at this season, and I think it's a missed opportunity. Like, after watching that grand final and seeing Brisbane dispatch that so easily, I'm starting to think that prelim, I'll tell you what, we weren't that far away. All right. A couple of things we could have done differently that could have gone our way. We could have snuck home, and we would have been every chance in a grand final. It's not to be, and it's not good to talk about that stuff, but it kind of, like, everyone's going to jump on Brisbane and say, oh, they're going to win the next fucking 3 flags now. And look, they're good. They've got a fucking stacked midfield. They've got a stable defense. But we weren't far away, man. We weren't far away. And I feel we need a few tweaks just to get the boys refreshed. And I reckon we'll be up there again next year. A lot of people are, just from now, are tipping us to fucking drop off. But we've got enough quality there. We just got to get the right people in. Everyone's talking up Ben King for 2 years' time. I've got a feeling Charlie West's going to break through. He's going to come good. And we won't even be talking about Ben King. Charlie West, Buller, they cannot do a worse job than what McStay and Checkers did this year. Throw in
Noah House.
Noah House as well can, put pressure on him as well. So there's a lot there to work with. And look, I don't know about Blight. Like he looked. What I've seen of him, he looks good, and like everyone's surprised that Richmond didn't give him a shot. But if he can hold a position in that back line, Jezza Howe could go forward, and Jezza Howe just he loves it in the forward line. Every time we chuck him up there, things happen.
Yeah.
So look, me personally, I'm quietly optimistic about next year. I'm not going to throw in any big tips or anything to say that we're going to win a flag or anything like that, but I'm quietly optimistic as of now. I'll hold back my tip for a later time. But does anyone share my optimism for next season?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mick.
I'd even go further.
You're right, Mick.
Yeah, I do as well. The only thing is for next year, I think people talk about Brisbane's forward line. I think you'll see Gallup will probably go out that forward line because you got Oscar Allen coming in and you got Hibble coming in as well. So I think even though Ty Gallup's done really well for Brisbane this year with the 5 or 6 games he come in, I think next year he may lose his spot because of Oscar Allen coming to Brisbane. So I think
Actually, just sorry to cut you off there. I'm actually happy to have a really big call for next year when it comes to Brisbane. I reckon at the end of the season, Brisbane will throw Eric Hipwood on the trade market. So I reckon he won't get back into the side next year. That's my big call.
Who's not going to get back in the side, you're saying?
Hipwood.
Sorry?
Hipwood won't get back in.
Oh, yeah.
They'll put him on the trade market next year. You watch.
Yeah. I've never rated him. I don't know. Just
I haven't
I don't know.
yeah.
No,
But no, with Gallup and Logan Morris, Oscar Allen, they're not going to put Oscar Allen in the DSL. They've gone after him for a reason. They know how good he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the trade table in 12 months' time.
Yeah.
Just going back to what you said before, Mick, about just going back to what you said before, Mick, about being optimistic next year and the players that could potentially sort of fill some holes. I agree with you 100%. The thing is he going to play them all? That's this. You know what I mean? How you described it is exactly how in 3 or 4 years' time, awesome. But got to get games into them. Got to start playing them. That's the thing. So I'm not, I'm not in a position of I'll just drop all the oldies and bring in all the kids. But these kids have to play games. I reckon West, if he didn't get injured, would have got. I reckon West probably would have got another couple of opportunities if he didn't get hurt. I think it wouldn't have been a one and done with him. But Noah Howes is a big one. He's going to have his pre-season. Let's see if he plays next year. Harvey Harrison will be fit. I think he just comes straight in if he's fit. I think he's sort of starts. This guy from Sydney, Buller. I don't think we would get him to play twos. I think they know there's a role for him. They might have already looked past McStay. My gut's telling me they've looked past McStay, and they're going to play this Buller kid straight away. But again, is he going to play them? Because how you articulated it before, it sounds so exciting to me. But is that what he's going to play next year? Is that what he's going to do? Or are we going to trot out the exact same team we just bloody saw in that prelim? And I know, you're right, we weren't far away in the end. And I reckon you're right. If we'd managed to sneak into a granny against Geelong, we could have given them a real shake. The best team in the end was that Brisbane team. So if we beat the best team in Brisbane, there was, a real opportunity against Geelong. So I reckon you're right. There was a bit of a missed opportunity. But at the end of the day, you had to beat Brisbane and we didn't do it, But, you're spot on. That's why I just want to see these guys play. Even if it costs us 2 or 3 wins, I just want to see something different next year.
Yeah.
I'll say this as well.
Especially when the first half is so like the first half of the AFL season and the second half, it's two completely different versions of football. Everyone's trying to get their ground. Everyone's trying to, get some form together. Like everyone's like building the first half of the year. That's when you play the kids. That's when you sort of, treat it like a marathon. When you're in a marathon, you don't go out of the blocks with 6-0. Because if you have that really good start, you then fade away. Even if you look at the Melbourne Cup and things like that. How many times have you seen a horse burst out of the blocks and they're first for the first 20% of the race, and then they come like third last? Like we need to look after our season better, and we need to play the percentages far better than what we do.
Yeah. Did anyone? Someone in the chat earlier said, "Did you see Fly's speech? Did anyone see it? And was it impressive or was it shit? What? Did anyone see that?
I did. I can talk about it. It was. I don't know. I honestly didn't. It was a bit dry. It was a bit blunt. Like I don't know. He was talking about families and like, he had kids, he had kids, she had kids, she's married. And there wasn't a lot about football, and I feel like either he was mad or something, or like
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
Bobby, he's talking about family.
Could have been about Bobby, yeah. I don't know. It was a bit off. It's like looking at his speech, it didn't seem like the same cheerful guy. I don't know if that's just me or yeah.
Well, they haven't put it up on the website, so it must have been shit.
Same old stuff. Did Brody Myercheck rock up, or was he absent as well?
I think he's.
Did he go to the Copeland, Brody Myercheck?
I'm not sure.
Does anyone know?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. I'm just trying to get somebody to confirm whether he was there or not. So we know Bobby wasn't there. We know that. Yeah. Did anyone hear Barry Karp's, the president's opening address? And that's the one I want to hear, because I think we sort of can guess what Fly was going to say. But I think, Barry Karp's president, and he made a comment at the end. Did you read his statement? And he put a statement out after the prelim loss and all of that. So I suppose it was going to be more of that. But, I'd be interested to hear where he thinks the club should be going. I know he's not going to say it to us, but, just want to know, is it a bit of a rebuild for next year, guys, or is it a more of the same? We can compete for finals again, somewhere in the top 8. Is it a bit of a rebuild, or is it pretty much the same? Try and squeeze as much out of the lemon again in 2026, because to me, the gap has widened. It's not like 2024 or 2025 anymore. The gap has widened, and I think, yes, I'd like to see these young guys play, certainly from game 1 or round 1, and not just 1 week, quite a few weeks there, so we can get a bit of an idea how they go. But whether they do get games into these guys is another thing. But the other thing is, we cannot expect, if they are going to play these young guys, we cannot expect too much out of those guys, because they are young, they're inexperienced, which gets down to my point. We could have been playing these guys earlier in the year, or at least middle of the year, when we were top of the ladder, and if we were going to rest guys and manage players, there was a rhyme and reason why we could have put some of those young guys in there just to see whether or not they could do the job for a few weeks. And we still are none the wiser. We still don't know whether, here we are heading into another season, whether or not they're actually going to be up to it, which just, again, gets down to the mismanagement of the coaching panel. Why they were so particular about managing players, but they weren't prepared to give people like, people who were in the twos, in the Bs, in the reserves, and VFL more game time. We're still scratching our heads, trying to wonder whether or not they're going to be good enough. And so my question is, are we rebuilding a little bit next year, or is it going to be more of the same?
I've got a perfect example for you, Daz, actually. Just as you said that, something popped into my head. It's a perfect example of a time they could have given a kid a game. So do you remember I think it was North Melbourne, where Oleg Markov was the late in? Was that night?
Yeah, that was
when Pendles came out,
Pendles,
and Oleg. So they, during that year, they already would have known, look, Oleg's gone at the end of this year, right? Now, why play Oleg in that situation? Why not play a kid in that situation? That sort of tells you the mindset. I don't know. Did he play in that game? I don't know.
That's when he was at Bunnings. Yeah, he was at Bunnings. Got to call it Bunnings.
It was his debut game.
Yeah. Why play Oleg as a late in that night? Why not play a kid as a late in when you know Oleg's not the future? That sort of tells you where the mindset was this year. That I just
Ryan,
it seems
TJ, he could have played Parker. Oh no, Parker might have played that game.
I don't even think Oleg wasn't even an emergency. So they didn't even bring in an emergency. They brought him in from obscurity for that game. So, this ties back into what I was saying before. It just seems like the mentality wasn't there to give these kids a go. So, but Daz is right. They're not giving us the messaging of what their sort of plans are. It's all a little bit up in the air at the minute.
Yeah, I know. I've got Fly's speech. Does anyone want to listen to it?
Really. I'm interested. Yep.
No, I'll chuck it on, and we'll do the usual. We'll interject and throw some tomatoes and see how we go. All right. Hold on. I'm just going to play the audio. All right. I'll go through this ad.
Lavender is good for your pillow.
So Luke and Abby and the digital team to put that together, we showed that.
Is that nice and loud?
That's good. Yep, we can hear it. I can hear it.
Yeah. All right. Now look, I don't know who it is in the chat. There's like this fucking ticking noise. I got no idea of. I don't know who it is. Like, let me just try something. Hold on. You know who it is? It's
Tell
Ultimate
us.
Greatness. I just muted you. I just muted you, Sean, and went away.
Name that change. We love it.
I'm blaming you.
Celebrity noisemaker identified. You're never going to forget this.
Are you doing something, Sean? Is there something on in the background or something?
Yeah,
No?
he's beating off, dude. He's playing Minecraft or beating off.
Enjoying the Copeland replay a bit too much.
Yeah.
I was in my natural habitat. I was in the gym.
When he
is there any way you can get rid of it?
Yeah, I'm literally leaving the gym now.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
that's good now. All right. I'll just play the audio of Fly's thing.
Yeah.
To our players as we embarked on our finals campaign this year. I asked to show the video because it represents a lot about who we are. We're family first. We honour the past, and it's great to see Phil Carman in the room and Des Tudman and Peter McKenna. Welcome, our greats of our footy club. I saw Travis Cloak. Great to have you back in the room, Trav. And I did hear Evan Coventry's in table 10. Is that real? grandson of the great Gordon. So great to have you here too. We honour our past and we'll continue to do that. And we'll always bring our fans along for the ride. That won't change. The video also showed the journey this year, the struggles, the wins, the celebrations, and our ability to get over the line and climb back up the ladder. That was our theme. It was all about the climb. We weren't happy not making the finals, and this year we're determined to go back up the ladder where we think we belong. 17 wins, 8 losses. We finished 9th last year, 3rd this year. Definitely did climb. Our organisation will never shy away from celebrating the wins, and there's many this season that we want to acknowledge tonight. Our qualifying final win was arguably our best for the year. A great example of our DNA on show, a great example of our fans coming along for the ride, even though it was in a lot of buses. We want to continue to create and drive an environment where we have high performance and we have love and care. Some would argue those magnets struggle to go together at times, and this year we're really challenged on both fronts. We want to act like winners, even when we lose, especially when we win. As an example, these photos this year of when we actually lost, but we continue to act like winners. I'm not sure if you have it up there, but there it is around the room. No, they're not even there. You're clapping the. Oh, there it is. There it is.
You love swearing
Jack
during
Crisp on his 250th game. We didn't win that night, but we certainly left the ground thinking we were winners. And congratulations to Crispy on his 250th games, including breaking the record this year for most consecutive games. Our connection is something we're really proud of. Our DNA, when we play with great spirit and fight in the jumper, and we look after our own, which again was challenged a lot this year on and off the field. I want to act like a winner now by congratulating Chris Fagan and the Brisbane Lions for their success in 2025. Our loss to the Lions in the prelim final showed we were close, but also the reality of how far we've still got to go. While we didn't reach the ultimate success, there's still much to celebrate. And tonight gives us a chance to put a full stop on a year of growth. 2025 showed again that we like to have an environment with no ceilings. Steele and Pendles played ages, breaking records, the most games ever played as teammates, 308 and counting. Congratulations, guys, amazing effort. Steele's the only one who can call me Cragos other than my wife. Barry spoke before about a couple of milestones, and I'm probably going to repeat a couple here, but I also want to take the opportunity to celebrate some others. Darcy Cameron played his 100th game, so did Bobby Hill. Congratulations, guys. And our love and support goes out. I hope you're going well, Bobby. We love you very much. Josh, Brody and Pez played the 150th games in AFL level. Well done, guys. Tim Membry, geez, he looks good in black and white. And Jamie Elliott played their 200th games. Well done, guys. Great news that Jamie signed on for 2 more years. We love you very much, Jamie. And for what it's worth, I think your mark in the prelim final should have been mark of the year. As I said, Crispy notched up 250, including breaking the record, and Steele's mention of 350 was an incredible achievement, so well done to you both. Congratulations to Nick Dacos, is now a 3-time All-Australian at the age of 22. He came runner-up in the Brownlow medal again. Maybe a few more 16 disposal games might get you there next year, Nick. That's Cheeky Fly coming out. Ed Allen had a breakout year, earning a Rising Star nomination. And it's great to have his family here cheering for him. Had a breakout year, as I said. Congratulations, Ed. You're excited for what's to come for you. in the coming years, as we are for Will Hayes, Charlie West and Roan Steele, who debuted for the first time in the black and white. The video captured what the importance of family means to us. You know, a lot of clubs want to say they're family clubs, but we want to make sure we live that out. And I want to give a chance, or take the chance to celebrate families here, particularly our partners. Can I just get a round of applause for the partners of the staff and the players and the incredible contribution you make? Further to that, Billy and Sydney got engaged this year. Congratulations to you. And Lockie and Maddie, also Lockie Schultz and Maddie got engaged too. There's lots of weddings coming. Holly and Brody got engaged and welcomed little Arthur into the world. Congratulations. Geordie and Aisha are expecting their first child. We're looking forward to that. I still think Craig's a great name for those looking for names. Tom Mitchell and partner Taylor are expecting their first. And I know one thing about Tom, if it's a little boy, he'll be good at ground balls. We've got Steele and Alicia, as mentioned, they're expecting their third. Tim and Emily welcomed Ted into the world this year. Howie and Kalia welcomed Saxon. And Murph and Rose welcomed Romy. Ruffy and Bridget welcomed Neve into the world. So some significant contributions to our footy club. So congratulations to those. And in great news, Gab and I are expecting our child. Nine months from tonight.
Future Brisbane player.
Or 9 months from the grand final next year, whichever comes first. In all seriousness, we know that success requires many fingerprints, and tonight is a chance to recognise those who have played a significant part in this season. Many people have left fingerprints on our club this season and a deep mark for the future. None bigger than Will Hoskin-Elliott. He announced his retirement and will leave a cultural legacy. In our final meeting, prelim final week, I just threw to him unscripted and he said, I obviously want to finish in the team, but I really am willing to do whatever is needed for the boys to win it. Obviously, it's going to be my last year, but when I want to enjoy whatever's left for me, and I want to go out with a bang. And I want to help in any way I can. Incredible selfishness, and it sums up Will in a heartbeat. He's a team first man, and we remember forever as a Collingwood person. Thank you to you and your wife, Kirsty, son, Flynn, and daughter, Ivy, for all you've contributed to Collingwood Football Club. And a message to Flynn, who may be watching at home. Keep your dad's swipe card, mate. You're always welcome to kick the footy on the green floor anytime you like. At this time of year, we make some incredibly tough decisions around our list and letting people go. A great friend of mine, Oleg, is going to leave, and I'm really proud of you, Leggy, your journey as a young man and a young father. To you and Becky, we wish you all the best with little Lenny. Finn McRae and partner Ruby, Charlie Dean and future Charlie Dean. Ash Johnson and Sarah, thank you for all your contributions the last few years. We really wish you all the best, and again, we'll be Collingwood forever. I'll grab this chance to thank Gavin Krasiska for what he does for our past players. He does an incredible job, the best I've seen in the competition. Thanks, Gavin, for everything you've done for us this year. We also say farewell to some staff. To Scott Selwood and Josh Fraser, thank you for everything you've given to the Collingwood Football Club. We wish you well in the future. Fraser, you've done an amazing job with our development team, coaching the VFL and forming many relationships. You'll be sorely missed. And to Scoot, it's been a tough year, mate, and we love you and your family very much. God bless you too, everything you're doing. I knew that was going to get me. To our President, Barry Karp, and wife, Susie, thank you for your ongoing love and support. To the broader board and executive, the administration, the whole football club. As I said, many fingerprints on where we are now. Very grateful to be a part of this incredible football club and for all those that contribute to make my job easier, but it also set our players up to be successful. Thank you for your ongoing connection. We say side by side in our song, but we actually live it out. I'm really proud of that. To our fans, the Magpie Army, 112,000, record-breaking number, the heartbeat of Collingwood. We run out in the ground and the roars like nothing I hear any other club can produce. We travel all over the country. You turn up in droves. We have record crowds, record sellout games, whether we go to Gold Coast or Fremantle, wherever it is. We're so grateful for you riding the highs and the lows with all of us. Big shout out to you. We love you very much. As I wrap up, my message is pretty simple. We're grateful for the season we had. Appreciate what we have while we have it, instead of what we don't have. But know this, nothing is ever permanent. Nothing is ever gifted to you. We live with no ceilings. We'll keep striving to be better every single day. Winners always, winners at all levels. We started to climb this year. We're going to climb again. Go the Pies.
Gambling ads are priming kids to start betting.
Absolute junk, that.
Wasn't very inspiring, wasn't it?
Absolute junk.
Sure.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't that inspiring or animated, but what do you do, man? What do you say? Fuck. He did mention one individual that you youngsters probably haven't even heard of. I reckon maybe, look, you probably have. Des Tuddenham, who was in the crowd. The 1970 grand final, all right, half-time, we're up by fucking 40-something points against Carlton, and Peter McKenna's already got like 5 goals, and Des Tuddenham, who I think was our captain, an absolute fucking hardener. Yeah, knocked him out, yeah. They collided or something like that. It's not that I've watched it. Carlton went on to fucking come back and beat us by 10 points. But he played with us for years, Des Tuddenham, and he was an absolute fucking monster from what I heard. I never saw him play, obviously, but yeah. And the other one, Gavin Krasiska, I got a story about him. Like, he used to be, I don't know if he still runs at the pub, the Junction Hotel in Preston. He used to run it, and we used to go there and have drinks every now and then. And he'd be there, and we'd have a chat and everything. But I was totally oblivious that he spent his whole fucking career stoned off his fucking brain. So whenever you watch that 1990 grand final and he kicks that fucking goal in the second quarter from 50 at almost goalpost height, he's probably fucking stoned out of his brains. But we won, so who cares?
Well, Tony Shaw actually says of Gavin Krasiska, he says if he knew the drug issues he had around that time, he would have kicked him out of the club then and there. So it just shows you how off the rails he must have been behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyone got anything to add to Fly's oration? Not really that inspiring, was it?
All right. To be fair to him, to be fair to him, what can you really say? You know, it's one of those things, we can read too much into it or whatever else. But I mean, there was nothing really there. Someone in the comments sort of said it. It's like, you know, putting you to sleep sort of speech. You know, like no real nothing really about next year. Like, it was very much just about. I know it's a night to reflect on the year that's been, but nothing really about, you know, like next year we're looking forward to to blood in a few, just something so you can hang your hat on it, There was really none of that. It was more just about everyone's fucking partners and kids. So
Also, as well, I feel was it 2 years ago? What I called out Finn McRae specifically. I think it was 2 years ago where he actually called him out by name in the best and fairest, and Finn ended up having a really good preseason that year too. Even just something like that, even if it is like hey, Harry DeMatteis, you better be bringing your books this preseason because we're gonna fucking need you. Just something like that, like just it's like, hey, like Oscar, Cox is gone, you better be ready, like obviously not literally say that because that's probably a bit fucked up, but like, just like give us some just give us like a little just like a little bit of hope to go off and just be like, there's there's some good choices on the horizon if that makes sense.
Yeah. Pump up the young guys when they're there. Yeah, mentioning them, they've played 1 or 2 games here. Pump them up for next year. We've got faith in you. We've got confidence in you. Pump them up in front of the crowd there. Pump up, Charlie West. Pump up Hazy. Pump them up. Fly.
There's one
that was
line.
weak.
There's one
that
line.
was weak. That was poor. Pump up these young guys. They're our future. I was really disappointed with that from Fly. Pump up the young guys. They're our future.
All you have to say
disappointing. That was disappointing.
You have to say just one line about it. You just really have to say, we want to get better, and the young fellas in the room tonight, you need to be a part of that. You are Collingwood. You're the future of Collingwood. Everyone here wants you to fucking succeed, and let's hit next year fucking 110%. Something like that. There's just fucking nothing,
Yeah.
I don't know. He could have just been fucking pissed out of his brains or something, but I don't know. Just seems like it's just more about the bloody fucking partners and kids, mate. If they could kick a footy, I'd give a fuck. I'd give a fuck if they can kick a footy, but I don't know.
And he's he's popping out the kids like it's no tomorrow too. Jeez. You know why? He's always said he's not going to be a long-term coach. That's probably the reason, mate. He's got 2 young kids now. He's not going to want to, have the pressures of coaching AFL and, having to look after the 2 kids. So I reckon he'll be, once his contract's gone, he'll be
gone after next year.
Yeah.
I reckon he'll go next year. I reckon he'll go next year. Out of the 8, top 8, and I think there'll be an amicable little handshake. I could be wrong, but I think that
he's not going to be the rebuild coach. I've heard that from more than one person. I've heard
he
that
won't hang around more than that.
Rebuild coach. He's
he came in. Yeah, when he
might be a good thing.
He was supposed to be the rebuild coach because, but he made a prelim in his first year, so he thought, "Fuck, I can't rebuild now. Looks like we're close to winning one," and we were.
My gut's telling me he ends up at Carlton in 27.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Graham Wright's already got Josh
with Graham Wright. Joking.
Yep. Yeah, that's what my gut's telling me.
Yeah. My gut tells me he goes back to Brisbane because he loves it so much. After the great man gives it up, probably wins another couple of premierships. The old boy, but who knows? I can't see him coaching us for more than another 12 months. I just got a feeling, and it might be a good thing. Might be a good time for it to go. You can't have coaches just going on and on and on. You've got to have new voices, new ideas, new game plans. You just got to have a new generation of guys that have a say in the future of your list as well. I think it'll always be appreciated and applauded and congratulated. And, he's got a premiership in just a couple of years. Yeah. Can't take that away from him. That's for sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's also into horse racing, guys. I know that he owns a couple of horses, and he's very much into the thoroughbreds. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets into that a little bit more as well. So I mean, I know that he's very heavily involved in horse racing in Victoria. So I mean, that's another reason why I think he'll probably move on soon, maybe after next year or certainly after his contract. But look, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. You don't want to, go on and on and on, and like Nathan Buckley did. Obviously, Bucks. Yes, he got a bit of an opportunity in 2018, and that less than a kick away of winning a premiership there. But Bucks was there for a fair length of time as well. But you can overstay your welcome, and you've got to evolve. Coaches have got to evolve. The game's changed so much to where it was like 10 years ago. It's going to change again in another 5 or 10 years. So you've got to get the new guys in. I'd like to see Pendles come back and coach us down the track. It's not going to happen immediately, but he's a coach in waiting down the track. So hopefully he'll come back to Collingwood and coach.
Well, look, Peter Buckley.
Sorry,
Sean. Peter Buckley in the chat just said our assistant pulled out of the Melbourne job. Now that's Skipworth, obviously,
Yeah. Skipworth for me is the one to take over Fly if we're going to take someone internally.
Yeah.
Because again, from some of the people I've spoken to, he's been the one that has been pro kids.
Okay.
To play them and to encourage good form. So if there is anyone internally to promote from inside, it would be Skipworth.
Yep.
Yeah, it lines up too. It does line up because you think, why wouldn't he go for the Melbourne job in the scenario he was in? So I think maybe there might be a bit of a handshake agreement. But I think it does sort of make sense that it ties back into Fly not playing the youth, because he might already have a thing of, well, I'm sort of 1 more year and I'm done here, so we'll just try for flags sort of thing. But I can guarantee you he will not be the rebuild coach when that time comes. Not a chance in hell. We will move on him by then. So Skipworth could be the one.
Would you see a world that, once Penderbury retires and then maybe say like a Sidebottom and a Howe, do you think that's when Fly goes, that's it, I'm done too?
Yeah, where they all retire together. Yeah.
Where it's sort of like a last dance type of thing. If you guys know your NBA with Michael Jordan and that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then the next coach that comes in, he's got Nick to build a team around, and hopefully some of our youngsters have come through, like Charlie Wests, and well, that's out of all the youngsters, he's the one I'm the most excited about. Like I've written down a list here of all our youngsters, and I'm not really sure how they compare to other teams. I'll just quickly go through it. All right. Will Parker played a few games, looks good, looks comfortable. He'll make it as a footballer. Ed Allen, don't know if we're going to keep him. Giath, the jury's still in. You don't know. He's been injured. Everyone's like, his brother's good. You don't know.
I'm very high on TJ.
Yeah. Smith, I don't think he's going to make it, but I could be wrong. You never know. Ultimate greatness's favourite, Oscar Steen. Well, he'll get his opportunity next year. Obviously, he'll definitely play, and we'll see what he's all about.
I will burn down the club personally.
What if he plays it? He's fucking shit.
I guarantee you, he will not be shit.
All right, we'll hold you on that, Sean.
Darcy Cameron clone all over. He just needs an opportunity, and he needs games in a row. The only way this fucks up is if Fly does the whole Finlay McRae thing.
So
if we're playing him one game, dropping him the next, then he's probably fucked. But you give him you give him 10 games in a row, let him find his feet, let him make mistakes, let him grow. within the role. Even if you just chuck his ass in the goal square and just go, don't care what you do, just take contested marks.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
He is the 2022 Darcy Cameron. Just I've not been more sure of anything in my life.
But I don't know, Sean. I've watched VFL games. It's not like he's grabbed the games through the neck and played like fucking Darcy, like Cameron, like dominated games like Darcy has. Has he? Have I missed something?
Yeah, no, he has. He's done it in the ruck. He's done it. He's even gone up forward, kicked a couple goals.
Yep.
He cannot do anything more in the VFL that will improve his game anymore. The only way for him to get better is for him to play AFL games now.
Yeah. Yeah. And he'll have one more preseason to get more muscle on that frame. So, yeah. Jacob Ryan, similar to TJ, jury's still in. We don't know. He's been around for a while now. Remember that first game where he got fucking knocked out against Bulldogs? Yep. Hasn't even fucking had a sniff since then.
I wouldn't mind to see Jacob Ryan on the wing, to be honest.
I think it was against Brisbane.
Yeah, it was against Brisbane.
Yeah. Oh, where he got knocked out? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Brisbane at Marvel.
Yeah. Cochrane, I like the look of him. Very skinny, but you know, to work with. All right.
Who's kissing that fucking inflatable woman?
Charlie West, the one we're all most excited about. If he's banging in those goals in the resis earlier, like he did earlier this year, that's a great sign. You know, he could take a fucking a contested mark. He's a fucking great kick. I just hope round 0 he's fucking starting at full forward. I just hope.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Also, as well, just real quick before you go on to the next one, how dumb of it from Fly was it to actually play him in that four key forwards, especially when one of them wasn't 100%. Regardless if it was Checkers or McStay, one of them wouldn't have been 100%. Again, fucking management just needs to be so much better because there was even times in the game Charlie West was actually going for a mark. There's one specifically, and it's burnt into my memory, where Charlie West is like trying to go for a mark, and McStay comes over the top and takes the mark like in front of him. If McStay wasn't there, Charlie West would have taken another mark, would have kicked another goal, and he would have at least had 2 goals for the game. It's just shit like that. We had one too many key forwards.
Yeah. That was we played in that game. The bubble was bursting for him. Like it was like he was dominating that much in the resis that he's just demanded a spot, and they didn't have the balls to drop someone. That's what it was.
Yeah, they put him in a team where he was set up to fail. Yeah. That's literally what happened because you're putting him in with bloody 3 other key forwards that are like seasoned pros, sort of thing. You're putting him in, you're setting him up to fail. If you're going to put him in, you just drop another one of the tools and you give him the bloody goal square. That's what a coach with, like, I'm not going to say a brain because McRae's fucking got that. He's got us a flag. But that's when it comes to development mindset, that's what you have to do in that scenario. You just got to say, you are going to be the focal point tonight. So we'll drop fucking my check or something, and you are going to be the one tonight. Charlie West, here's the fucking keys. Show us what you can do. Instead, it was debut him. Oh, keep all the other forwards. You know, Charlie, you just sort of get out of the fucking way a bit. You know, that's the wrong way to do it. It's like, you know, it's like bringing in a mid and then playing him in a forward pocket, you know. No, you're bringing him in mid, you put him in the midfield. Same thing with a bloody key forward. You bring in the key forward, you just play him in the fucking goal square and drop 1 or 2 of the other blokes just to give him the game. And like I said, sometimes you're going to lose a game, but you're going to win in development. And that's just the reality, you know?
Yeah. Who's next? Will Hayes, I really like the look of him. Fast, uses it well. Yeah, he looks good. He'll have another preseason under him. Who's next? Rowan Steele, obviously. Yeah, we all love him. Mature age. Yeah, fast, composed. Fucking yeah, hits the targets. He'll be playing a lot next year, I reckon. And Noah
that's also
Howe.
without a preseason too.
Sorry.
That's also without a preseason too.
Oh, Rowan Steele. Yeah. And Noah House is the last one. Depth, tall forward. He looks like he's going to be like fourth in the pecking order after
Yep.
McStay, Buller, which I think we're going to get, and West. Then it's going to be House. But then again, you never know. He could break through and overtake some of them.
That's
I've
it.
mentioned all these players. Go on. Yep. Who was that?
I was just going to say, that's it. You've mentioned quite a few forwards there, Mick. So somebody's going to have to make way. So it's Brody Myercheck out, but we cannot accept mediocre form from Dan McStay. It's his job to fight hard for. It's no longer his position, like straight out. He has to now fight to get into that team because he's got 3 or 4 other forwards now that he has to compete with, and it's got nothing to do his experience and his age and all that sort of stuff and where he's come from previous to that and how many previous goals he's kicked and all of that. That should mean nothing now. It's all about how you perform from day one, pre-season, this year through to the first opening internal trial or first trial game, and it's if he wants that position again as a forward, he's got to fight for that with all those guys you mentioned, Mick, because we want to see those guys in the team. We want to see whether they're capable, and I think they will be capable, some of them, but they need to be given an opportunity. None of this bullshit that Dan McStay gets the prized opportunity just because of his reputation. That's got to stop now.
Yep. All right. And now I haven't mentioned 2 players because I just think they deserve to be separate from the pack that I just mentioned. And I'm talking about Harvey Harrison and Reef. Obviously, they're young, but they've been they've long-term injuries, but they're going to be like almost new recruits next year.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not an aficionado of other teams' squads and shit like that. Our youngsters, I'll ask Sean, he knows all this stuff. Our youngsters, how does it compare to the youngsters on other lists, do you reckon?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say because they're not necessarily proven talents, especially at AFL.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably the most positive at. I've also seen a lot of game time with these guys playing.
Yeah.
And even if you got your player 40 to 45, being not that good, that's still your development players, that are going to take like more long term. Like I think I've said it for a while that like I feel like we've always had a good like 35 to 40 players you could slot into our senior side and they could play a role. I still think that, especially the fact that we're having another period and draft. I think we've also got a lot of rookie spots open now, so I'd say expect a lot of SSP options, which will probably be where we get Jacob Blight. I will say this as well too, and especially if it happens, because I don't know if it's official yet. I'm hearing some strong word that Ben Hobbs is going to be cut, so expect him to be probably signed up as an SSP because we absolutely.
Is he from Essendon?
Yeah,
Ben Hobbs?
apparently he's going to get cut.
Yeah.
If that is the case, you can basically lock him in as an SSP.
Yeah.
That's like another inside mid. And even go forward again, a bit of a Taylor Adams. He's kicking shit, but if he's on the rookie list, who cares?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
I
day.
mean, I think it
Yep.
definitely stacks up. It's just, again, it comes down to fly, and it comes down to the selection panel because we just don't play them.
Yeah.
That's probably my biggest issue is that our
Mm.
management in terms of playing guys when they're clearly not 100%. But also
Yeah.
as well too, like, you know, last year is the perfect example. We had Finlay McRae and Reef McInnes go through the best pre-seasons of their careers.
Yeah.
They were coming off such massive highs. And instead, we ended up playing guys like Jordan DeGoey and Tom Mitchell that broke down a month.
Yeah.
It just needs to be better. It just because not only are they then getting games and breaking down, but then how are you to then go to a Reef and a Finn and go, come on, mate, just keep up that confidence and, you know, keep up the faith that, you know, your career's still alive. You know, like these kids, like they need something to hold on to. They need hope. You know, once you kill that hope, it's so hard to get it back. You know,
Yeah.
imagine working like just anything in life. Imagine working so hard towards a certain date of like anything, even if it's like in our own lives. If we're at work and we're trying to get that promotion, and you work your absolute like you work your ass off because it's like I'm going to get this promotion at this, and then it's either you either don't get it or the promotion goes to somebody else. Your whole demeanor just drops, you know, and because that drops, like your form drops, and you just in a weird way, it's as if you're like mourning a death, if that makes any sense. You know, the mental and emotional toll that can like take. That's an aspect of the game that we never seem to like talk about.
Yeah.
You know,
You
and
know what,
then
Sean?
you know, yeah,
Yeah, I'll just butt in with just a little story. I'm a tradesman by my job, right? When I did my apprenticeship, my boss, I had an excellent teacher, excellent boss. One day, I was nowhere near ready enough to sort of execute the things I need to execute, but he goes, "Have a fucking go." You know, he just passed me the fucking tools. He said, "Have a go," because the only way you'll fucking learn is by giving it a go. Now, this ties back into your work thing because you're right. You learn your most when you're at the pressure point, right? And the pressure
yeah,
point's playing AFL games. Now, we can talk about VFL form and that, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of guys that need the big time to learn. That's just the reality. They could be mediocre players in the twos, but they need the big time to really get the rocket up them, and that's the pressure cooker, and they learn. They either, you know, fail, but they'll learn a lesson or two and go back and then go again, you know? It just seems like they don't even get given that first opportunity. And that's
yeah,
that's the thing that shits me because it's like they don't even get that block of a month just to come on, show us something. You know, they get half of one game and then they're gone. That's
yeah,
the thing that annoys me because some people say, "Oh, we gave him a few opportunities here and there." Oh, yeah, we gave Ed Allen a few opportunities. Yeah, but if you actually break it down, we never really gave him like a continuous like block ever.
yeah.
So you know
And
that
also as well,
that's the
sorry
thing.
to sort of like, yeah, sorry, I need to make this point because it's gonna certainly help. One of the games we had last year where Finn played in that game against North Melbourne where we had that massive comeback. And like, you know, Finn was like trying to get his game, he was trying to get some form together. And obviously I completely understand he was like completely like shit for that whole game. Like I think we can all understand because he's disposal. I think his disposal efficiency was around like 20%. Completely agree, shit kicking and all that stuff. But he got subbed off of half time, and then he was back into the VFL. And I think I don't know if I think he might have had maybe one more game before that game, or maybe it was the one game. But even then, it's like that's the game he then got dropped, and then he's like going to the VFL. for his like development and like learning, like you need to, you know, I mean, even what was it back in 22? Like Fly had this whole thing of like, don't care if you make mistakes, learn from it. Like, what was that? What was that like thing that he had? He had this like
One of his mantras, one of his many mantras.
yeah, it was something about like making mistakes, and it's like, yes, please make mistakes, because once you make mistakes, you can then see it, learn
Yeah,
from it, and then the next time you then make a better choice for it. You know, but then it's when you have someone like Finn, you know, because I mean I've spoken to him like in person a few times, and he's not really the type of person where he's very like, at least like to me, like he's never come across as very like, you know, what's the word, extrovert. You know, he's very like he's very much like an introvert. Like he's,
yeah,
you know, to himself. And he's very like shy. You know, he's like the kid in the class that's, you know, the quiet kid in the class in the classroom. Makes any sense? You're not gonna get like extrovert type, you know, sort of performances from an introvert. You know, it's like there's a saying, and it goes, if you if you define a fish's quality of life by its ability to climb a tree, it will wind up thinking it'll wind up thinking it's worthless for the rest of its life. You know, there are ways in football where you know you don't have to be a fish that climbs a tree. You can just be in the water and do your thing. You know, like there's like just certain things. Again, like Frampton's probably another one. You know, he plays amazing at the fullback when he gets his like games in a row. But then you know, you chuck him in the forward line and he goes shit house.
Hey, dude, you're monologuing. You've been going on forever. Good night, guys. I've had enough. I'm going to bed. See you, fellas. Go Pies.
Yeah, Boomer, catch you, mate.
See you, Boomer.
Sean, so you think with Finn McRae, do you think it's the coaching panel's fault for not
1000%.
not giving him a chance?
1000%.
Yeah,
and I think and I don't think he's the only one either.
yeah,
You know, I'm sure there are. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I feel like that a lot of accountability needs to come down to the club in terms of, you know, the club failing these players as well too, because that's definitely a factor that like we don't even like acknowledge.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Yeah, you're bang on.
obviously
You're spot
there's
on.
like other scenarios, but like, you know, because you know sometimes you can just be unlucky with injuries. I mean, Kruger had that. Sometimes, you know, there's also things where you're just not good at with other examples, but yeah, I think especially for the Finn situation, and Reeves probably a bit of both injuries and also like form as well too. But yeah, I mean, yeah, as much as we look at the delistings and we're quick to go, oh, he got delisted because that player was no good. But we also got to be like, okay, but what part did the development coaches play in that? What part did Fly play in that? Because, you know, I feel like I've been to the last 3 pre-seasons and watched pretty much the whole pre-season. The year where Finn and Reef like had their best pre-season in 24, there was just no excuses. Like they should have played off the bat. Like no excuses.
Yeah.
And that just is what sort of like angers me and stuff, because now we're sort of sitting here and we're going, oh, we need this, like, you know, inside mid. We need to go after Oliver. We need to go after all these guys, Jack Steele, like all these like. Yeah, but we could have also developed Finlay McRae. You know, Finlay McRae's 188 centimeter inside mid that could literally have been that option. You know, so like, you know, sometimes things don't like fall the way that we want to, but at the same time, like, it's also not just players that, you know, it's the players' fault as well. So we also need to keep accountable for not doing their job properly, because it is their job for them to get them up to standard with AFL football.
Yeah.
You know, like, I feel like sometimes we sort of forget that. missed that point of, because again, you see, such and such player gets delisted.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he may not have been that good, but like, can we also, keep the same energy when it comes to the development coaches? Like, yeah, let's have like accountability all round. Finlay McRae got delisted. It must be because Finlay McRae was no good. But like, no one spares a thought. Okay, well, the development coach is doing what was Fly thinking when he wasn't playing Finn, round 0 in 2024, when Finn had one of his best preseasons ever and had the biggest form of momentum going into that season, which we then instead prioritized DeGoey and Mitchell that broke down within the first month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I named all these players, and the general consensus is that we want to see more of these young kids playing. And I've had a quick look at the list, and I've named a few players that now. All right, Hyphen, Checkers, and Cox. Cox might get re-rookied or whatever, but that
he's gone to Essendon.
He's going to Essendon. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's done.
Oh,
I don't think it's official yet, but I'm pretty sure he's going to Essendon.
They're in dire need of a ruckman, yeah. All right, anyway, so with Hyphen, Checkers, and Cox gone, the only other two players that are in the start that are relative starters that like McStay, we've talked about him. There's going to be younger players that should be used above him. The other one is a lot of people's favourite, but I'll tell you what, man, he's a fucking frustrating player. He's Mr. Lipinski, the supermodel.
Oh, Mick, why did you mention him, Mick? Why did you mention him?
The reason I mentioned him is because
I'd forgotten about him for this year. Now I've got to fucking think about him again.
But the thing is, with all these youngsters coming through, mate, I'm telling you, mate, you could play Parker, Allen, Hayes, Rowan Steele in front of him. You got to put games in these young kids instead of Lipinski, going into the future.
Oh,
yeah,
Lipinski is the definition of just mediocrity. Mediocrity.
He's going to end up 250 games, and I swear, if he ends up 250 games for Collingwood, it will be the most mind-boggling, bizarre thing I think I've ever had to deal with regarding this football club. And the fact that he's still holding his spot on this list, and we've had this debate about players that have been not given a fair dinkum crack, other than maybe one or two games here or there, and they've popped back to the VFL, and that guy still remains on the list is completely and utterly beyond me. Now, I swear, maybe we just have to go through another year with playing him all 24 games next year, and then we finish in the bottom 6 on the ladder, and then say wave ta-ta to him. I don't know whether it's going to get down to that particular level, but I've said it before, guys. If we just move him on somewhere or some place, I don't know where or who or whatever, he's not going to be a missed player. He won't be a missed player. He's not going to be a match winner. He's not a match winner. He's not an accumulator. He's a fill-in player who just keeps taking. He takes a young fellow's position. He takes a young fellow. He takes a Parker's position. He takes an Ed Allen's position.
Look, he's a good inside 50 kick, but that's it. That's the only aspect of his game that's good. He finds a target, but he doesn't get it enough.
You can fill his role with a kid who's got a higher ceiling. So that's the thing. This ties back into what we were saying before about giving the young guys opportunities. You can play someone that's right now maybe 85% of what Lipinski's putting out there, but his ceiling's high and the kid might be 20, 21 years old. So short term, he's not going to be as good as Lipinski, but you give him that block of 10, 15 games, and then all of a sudden he's at Lipinski's level, but his ceiling's still higher. So you can keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going. Lipinski's shown that he's reached his ceiling. He's not going to get any better. He's the sort of the 20th. Well, actually, in Fly's mind, he's the first player picked every fucking week. But realistically, he's like the 20th best player on the field most weeks, sort of thing. So that is like exhibit A of the guy that should be replaced with a kid who you can see a future in. You know, that's where it frustrates me because, you're right. He's going to play 200 games of AFL football. He's going to retire, and people are going to turn around and be like, how the fuck did that guy play 200 fucking games? That's the reality.
He gets pushed out this year. I reckon this is his last one.
I hope
He gets
so.
pushed out. Rowan Steele or someone like that's going to pinch his spot, or someone we bring
I
in.
hope so, mate.
My biggest frustration all year with him is, and this is what I've said, when it's his turn to go, he never freaking goes. Other than that one game against Hawthorn where he got knocked out. And then he hasn't done it again since. So that frustrated the shit out of me. Just when you're the only one there, you have to go. Don't have to kill yourself. Just make the contest, whatever it is. He always backs off.
It's fucking frustrating.
And it's also frustrating because, again, I keep going back to that 23 grand final. He came on the sub. He literally played like fucking Tom Mitchell. I was like, he can do it. He's just too. Yeah, I reckon it's just the fact he's just too scared. That's what my general consensus is.
Yeah, doesn't do it often.
I think he's too scared to have his head knocked off. Whether if it's like he thinks he's going to cop an elbow that's going to screw up his face, or he doesn't have his pretty face anymore. Like there's got to be some sort of
Can't do his modelling.
Is he doing that?
Now, being personal now. You're being personal. No, look, honestly, he's like the last guy on the train. You know, you got to let him on. Fly's got to let him on at every stop. He's got to come on to that train before it shoves off to the next point of stoppage. I mean, honestly, at some stage you've got to say, nah, you can't keep doing this all the time. You can't. He's not a guy that, I don't know, I just don't understand it. I cannot understand it. You know, when you've got 3 or 4 others that are crying out for regular opportunities and that guy is pinching your spot. He's pinching these guys' position. You know, it does not make sense. It's unfair on the other guys that need opportunities when you've got a guy that simply isn't putting his hand up often enough to make it happen. And Paddy doesn't do it. He doesn't make it happen. He jumps on board when the team's going well. He jumps on board and he might kick the odd 1 or 2 goals when we're 5, 6 goals up in the last quarter or something like that. That's when you'll see him. He'll spark up and, you know, he'll get a couple of possessions, kick a couple of goals, and his stats look pretty good at the end. But, you know, when the going gets tough, he certainly doesn't get going.
Yeah.
He will never win you a game. That's the thing. He will never put his hand up and win you a game, ever.
Yeah. Stefanos asks, when is he out of contract? Does anyone know?
Next year.
I think he's signed 4 years. He's signed 4 years, didn't he?
Give me
Okay. 4 years.
Well, 20...
ridiculous.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
That's ridiculous that we had him for 4 years. That is it's absolutely obscene that you've kept the guy on that long for 4 years. His best year was 23, we no doubt. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
His best year was 23. Like many of the others, their best year was 23. But 24, crap. This year, crap.
Yeah. What, till 2027 he's signed, Sean? Fuck.
Isn't that ridiculous? He's keeping a young guy away from an opportunity. And we've signed him up for 4 years. We've got one decent year out of him. We've got to play him again next year.
Oliver, for the laughs, can we trade him for Oliver?
Oh, Christ.
No, I think other
Which way?
clubs aren't stupid. Other clubs aren't stupid.
So,
The guy's got no value. He's got no value. He's only got value for a team like a bloody West Coast or something, just to, you know, give him a bit of, just a senior body in there sort of thing, you know. But no, he's got no value. He's a bloody give him away sort of player, you know. So
he's a packet of chips and a Mars bar guy.
All right, guys.
Mars bar and a packet of chips at him.
Yeah, guys. Peter Buckley, I've just noticed has been waiting backstage. I'll get him on. He's been very consistent in the chat. We'll get him on. Good day, Peter.
Am I?
Peter, how are you, mate?
Pete? Yeah, g'day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, mate.
Awesome. I've been sitting there for a long time, so it's so many things to talk about. But I'll just jump on board. Seriously, I'm not a big Liquid fan, but a worst case is someone to go on the twos, and you know what you're going to get when he comes in. So that's worst case scenario. But play ultimate greatest with McRae. I will say one thing: the guy can't kick, and he can't kick in the twos. I've watched him; he can't kick. Like, we need play. Disposal efficiency is so important now. It is 100% the game plan. You know, I think I wrote it earlier on, but speed, contested possession, then disposal efficiency. If you haven't got those three things, don't even think about it anymore. So he hasn't got it. He can't blame.
Yeah, he wasn't exactly banging the door down too, like demanding play me. Like I know he had some great games in the twos, but he wasn't like fucking dominating games that he should be doing at number 19 pick in the draft. You're a big-bodied mid. Every week, no excuse. You should be fucking just killing it in the reserves like you're fucking Bontempelli or something, you know? But he wasn't.
But I agree, and there's pressure, but at the end of the day, you got to hit a target. Like, seriously, you can't just bust your ass, get in the ball, give it back to him, and then we're on the defense. Teams are attacking from defense now. They're lining up for these players that turn the ball over going in. Look at Melbourne. They've got a team of players that turn the ball going inside 50, and teams attack off it. He's one of them. He is one of them. Like, so you can't blame the club for a guy that can't kick. That's all I say. Like, you can develop him, you can give him confidence, but learn how to kick. Seriously, learn how to kick.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Mick, mate, I'm going to head off, bro.
No worries, Benny.
Tonight, I had a good fun letting the guys rant. It was good fun.
Just a quick one, Benny. Are you a karate teacher or something?
I wouldn't say karate anymore, but like all the mixed stuff, I still do.
Oh.
Yeah, that's gym coach. It's not full time. Like it used to be, but I kind of moved away into the family business a bit more. But I just got the passion still, so I'm like, oh, something's burning inside. I got to get it started again. So I thought I would.
So you're doing? Are you teaching? Like, have you got a dojo or something like that? Or?
Yeah. So it's currently my gym studio out the back of the house. Like, my wife does Pilates and stuff as well.
Okay.
So yeah, just doing it at the moment and looking to sort of grow it a little bit. So I don't know exactly how much I want to do, because it's like I can't just quit my job kind of thing. It's a passion project. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. All right, mate. No worries. Good to know, mate. Good to know.
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Fun.
Thanks, Benny. I'll catch you later, bro.
Awesome. See you, fellas. Have a good one. I'll catch you on the rest of the stream.
Good night, Benny.
Good one.
All right. So Selwood and John is our forward coach. He's gone. He's going. And Josh Fraser's gone to Carlton. Josh Fraser's our development coach. So we've got two spots.
Well, there's a rumor, James Siracusa or whatever is.
No, he's
we're
already
looking
gone to
at him.
Hawthorn.
Oh, okay.
He's going to Hawthorn.
Apparently we're looking at Troy Chaplin.
Okay, so we'll just take in June.
He's the one that was the caretaker at Melbourne for those 2 games, Chaplin.
Yeah, we're looking at him. I think that's the Selwood role.
Okay.
Troy Chaplin's been around for a long time as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right.
Was he Port Adelaide too for a bit, wasn't he?
Yeah,
As a player.
He played for Port Adelaide and
And
Richmond.
coach.
I think he was at Richmond for a little bit as a coach, as a development or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of
that rings a
development,
bell.
From Melbourne.
yeah, don't be surprised if we sign up Travis Boak as a development.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take that.
Yeah, still working on him. Yeah, he's just trying to. I think they're still working on him. I think he's a bit unsure about coming over to Melbourne. But I think that's who they're hoping for. But yeah, there's not a lot. Most of them are all stitched up already. All the clubs have stitched them up. So we're left with whoever, which is not a good thing, really. I mean, I did tell you guys, I think a few weeks ago, the last time we were on, that Scott was going to, hand out, basically no longer be part of the coaching scene because he had his personal issues with his tragic passing of his second brother, obviously. So with Adam and what happened previous to that. So I mean, you can understand Troy and Adam. So you can honestly understand, that was always coming. I think the club knew it was always coming. So the fact that he got back to the club after that shocking situation and still try to do whatever he could, I applaud him for that. I'm sure the club applauds him from that, but I don't think there was any real great hope. And I think we must understand that he's got to take a bit of a breather and get his home personal life in order. He's taken a real hit over the last 2 or 3 years, and then Josh Fraser, well, he's gone to the arch rival. That's Graham Wright for you. He's gone and nabbed Josh, and he's gone over to be an actual sitting next to Vossi as an assistant. So we've lost Josh Fraser. So yeah, 2 spots there, and they're important because we've also lost in previous years Bretton Bolton as well. Justin Lepage went from an assistant coach now to the list manager. And so we've had quite a few changes over the last few years. They're pretty important, and I think they're very important for us because, as we've been talking, Hayden Skipworth is sort of the more, I think, outgoing type of guy that wants to try a few more things, whereas Fly is sort of all in on the older guys, get as much out of the lemon as you possibly can. We need some guys that can actually be not frightened to challenge Fly with some of his decision making and selection choices and things like that. So we need guys, not only 2 guys to go in there, but we need guys that are going to be able to speak up and challenge Fly for some of the things that may not necessarily be always the best thing for the team, not only for the current situation, but also for the future.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing I heard was just getting back to Travis Boak, apparently they still want him. So Collingwood's offer to him, apparently, was to also play VFL, so be a bit of a development coach and play in the 2s as well. But yeah, I think from what I've heard, every club's sort of after him. Apparently he's a very sought after bloke. So look, we've got the vacancy, and obviously he's a Geelong boy, I think, from memory. He's from down that way.
Yeah.
So look, there's going to be bloody 8-9 teams that will probably want him in some capacity. But yeah, I think he seems to me like he'd be the best get because I reckon a lot of those Port youngsters, like they had a terrible year, let's be honest, but their best 5 or 6 players are all like 22, 23 years old. So, I reckon maybe that's where Travis Boak sort of ties in a bit. Maybe it had a lot to do with the development of a lot of those kids. So I reckon he'd be a really good get, I reckon. So hopefully, fingers crossed. But apparently Carlton are really into him, and Chris Davies went to Carlton. So look, there's a bit of a link there as well. So who knows really? But I think he'd be a great get.
Yep. I will like to add as well too, when it comes to Fraser going to Carlton. I think it's pretty obvious he left because of the conflict of interest. Because
his son's coming too.
As we know, he's got a kid coming through in the 27 draft.
Who you rate highly, Sean?
Yeah,
you rate him highly.
From the people I've spoken to, I had a forgetting the kid's name, but he was I think he captained the under-16s Vic Metro side. A mate of mine, he went up to him and he's like, "Oh, what's the because Ted Fraser wasn't even there, like, because he's if you've seen like photos of him, he's just all like skin and bone, so his frame's just like not there, so he's not like ready to play football physically at that type of level for like Vic Metro. But
just like his dad, mate. It's going to take fucking 5 years to fucking fill out.
Oh, well, we'll play him in the ruck straight up 5 years. Destroy him.
Yeah,
against fucking Clark Keating in a grand final.
But from what I've been told by a few people, they're very excited, and even the under-16s kid I was talking about just now, apparently he's like super excited to play with him too. So, and I think he even said he was like the player he was like most excited to play with, or it was something to that effect. There's a lot of raps, even though he hasn't made the Vic Metro squad for the under-16s, but there's still a lot of hype around him, and it is normal, especially for key position, because a lot of the key position players, they're not like, they don't have the muscle on them. So if they cop a tackle and it's like a Vic Metro type of quality, they're probably going to get injured and hurt and all these things. So they normally wait a little bit before they get into these leagues, and then once they are ready, that's when they sort of they show off their talents. And just as a quick exclusive as well too.
An exclusive from Sean.
Yeah, I've just been told that he also made the Oakley Chargers sides.
He's in the Oakley Chargers side. Okay, all right.
Yeah, or he'll be on their list for next year. So
as an underrager,
it's a massive bombshell, but
mate, you had me fucking thinking, mate, I've got an exclusive at 1 in the morning, mate.
It's on topic, so and I don't think it's been announced yet.
Yeah. I've just got an idea. I know it's not going to happen, but I'd like to see sitting in the coach's box next to Fly. Well, he flies on the interchange, so he doesn't go up the coach's box. But I like to see somebody. I like to see somebody like James Hurd, somebody like that.
Oh,
who, yes. Hear me out. I don't think it's going to happen. Just somebody with another set of eyes that's been there, done that. Guy that's got a bit of coaching experience. Yes, okay, didn't go that well, but we know why that didn't go that well. But now he's in the media. Now can appreciate with what I'm hearing from him, and he's actually pretty fair. He's a pretty fair guy. If he's not, he doesn't rant and rave and carry on and make a big scene. He knows where players' weaknesses are. He knows where maybe coaches can do a little bit better here with players and where they need to be played in the best possible positions. Game plan, I like the way that he goes about, game plan, that you've got to win games not just from defence, not just from the midfield, but you've also got to have a decent firing good setup in the forward line. You got to have I like what I hear. I've heard a lot of James Hird in the media and all of that. I think he's really good. No, you're going to criticise me. I'm just pointing out. I'm saying it's no good plucking somebody that is from obscurity and having sit there by and say stuff all to fly and not question him and not challenge him on certain things. You need somebody with another set of eyes, somebody who can actually say, "Look, I know what I'm talking about here because I've done this," and that's not big noting or anything, because he has done it, but somebody who's also been in the media in the last couple of years, who's watched Collingwood, watched all the other teams, and from his perspective knows, I think, a little bit about football, even now, still.
Can I just throw something
what you want to
though?
avoid is, I'll quickly add on to that. What you don't want is you don't want yes men. All right, that's what we need to avoid, because if you just have these vacancies and you get a couple of yes men, the yes fly, that changes nothing. So even though Hurd might be an unpopular sort of guy, that's the sort of mold of guy that we need. Someone that we know will challenge Fly, because we know that this year went a bit stale. Let's be honest. In 50 years' time, people will look back at the season and be like, "Oh, Pies had a good year." But right now we know it was a pretty average sort of season. So, these roles are really important now. We can't just get yes men. So James Hird might not be the guy, but someone that we know will get in there and challenge Fly, because he does need to be challenged. He does need to be challenged next year.
And he won't want to do the job either, I suppose. I don't think he'd come to Collingwood. I think he's been asked whether he wants to go back into coaching again, and I think they mean everything in regards to AFL, not just the main job, but the assistant's job. He was coaching. Who was
Is
the
that the
team?
Giants for a little bit?
Cox.
No, he coached in the VFL this year, and he actually knocked out our team, knocked out the Pies in the knockout match. What was it?
Melbourne wasn't he coaching?
Port Melbourne. Yeah, Port Melbourne. You're right, absolutely. So he was coaching Port Melbourne. So it's not as though he's not been in the system. He's now in the system. He's no fool there. I mean, yes, he's coaching at a lower level. I don't think he'll do it. And he's probably going to be, if he did do it, he's probably going to be the most well-known, coaching as an assistant. But you don't need just yes men there. But I'm not necessarily saying yes men, but you've got to have guys. You've got to run off ideas off each other. It's not just yes, okay. Fly makes the final choice, final decisions, and all this sort of stuff. But you've got to roll off the ideas. No point having assistants if you're not going to listen to them, listen to their ideas, and listen to their thoughts. And really, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm hearing too much about Hayden Skidworth, and Hayden hasn't been winning. He's not winning the war at the moment. He's wanted to play a lot of the younger guys through the year. And Fly's knocked him back. So do you want to see Skippy walk out the door and not get the senior job in another year or two because of that? I don't.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He knocked back the Melbourne job, and I've heard murmurings from Carlton supporters that they want to get him after Voss inevitably leaves next year. But I reckon, I like what I'm hearing about Skippy. So and just with
sorry.
go Pete.
I was just going to say the fact, the guy doesn't have a job and he pulls out of Melbourne, we all know that our coach is not a lifetime season coach. So I said it last time, but has a handshake agreement been, the best thing if McRae doesn't want to coach on, he's got one more year. He could go to the last dance. He could say, "This is it." How? Pendlebury, guys, Steidi, this is the last dance. Like the best way to pull in all the players and have one last crack, and he walks out with them and gives the job to Steidi, and he doesn't side on. And I would not like personally. I'm like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I know anything, but it wouldn't surprise me if this was the plan behind the doors.
Yeah. It's either Skippy's got a handshake deal with Fly that he's going to take over after Fly, or worst case scenario, he's got a fucking handshake deal with Righty and he's going to take over after fucking Voss.
Well, maybe they should.
Well, I mean,
hard to do a Carlton though with the mafia.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they
the
should
thing with
announce.
Carlton.
Go, Chris. What were you
Maybe
saying?
they should announce. Maybe they should announce that they've done like a concession plan with Skipworth that he's going to take over. Say that he's going to take over like in a couple of years.
Yeah.
I think I reckon if it's going to happen, it will happen, but not like we're still. I think there's a difference. I think teams look at like at least get through. We're still in this season. We haven't even got to the Copeland yet. Let the team get through this season before we start talking about next season. That's why a lot of teams say, let us get through the Copeland, or the best and fairest, and then we'll start talking about who play movement. Like this weekend, you're probably going to hear my checks going. Yesterday, he's a Collingwood player. Tomorrow, he's not. But let us get through this season, all right? Yeah. Let us put an end, a full stop on this season before we start talking about next season. And that includes coaches, everything.
Yeah.
Also, as well, I just feel like for at least like in my opinion, even if there is a succession plan, let's just like say, rather than keep that information internally, because how many times has that like succession plan been made public and then it's all gone to shit? You know, where at least if they're keeping it internally, at least you can sort of like chop and change like the narrative of like what it actually is. Where if it's
100%.
a definitive, this guy's coming in, this guy's moving out, media's going to take that and they will run with it and anything that they want from that. I feel like it will just create extra drama that we just don't need.
Look at this shit with Ken
Malthouse,
Hinckley.
Buckley, you look at Mitchell and Clarkson. Like it just once you make it public, it just never seems to work out.
Yeah.
Look at the Hinckley thing this year. It was a disaster for them. From bloody round two. From round two, it was just a disaster. Every loss. Are they going to sack him? Are they going to put in Carr early? Oh, Carr's already fucking in charge. Oh, it just becomes and that's at Port Adelaide, a shit club. Imagine at Collingwood, it'll just be it'll be the Malthouse to Buckley thing all over again. And that year
I reckon we'll do it better this time. I reckon we'll do it better this time.
I know, but they don't need to say it.
If it's not,
I agree.
Yeah, but also if it's not a public thing, the media aren't going to probably know about it unless it gets leaked out to the media that it's like happening. So all that like there's just all this added pressure once it's out in the public. So if we can still do all those things, like we can do all those things, but it's just once you make it public, it just automatically becomes like 10 times, 100 times harder because it's the media are like waiting to pounce, like on its prey type of thing,
You lose all control. You lose all control once you hand over information.
The fear is elite. The fear is elite.
So Lepich is the list manager. Then what's Shane O'Brien?
He's like the draft
recruiter.
He does like all the draft stuff. Yeah, recruiter.
Okay.
He's going to try and get us some of those bloody obscure Geelong blokes that they got all those years.
So
he was the mastermind of that apparently. So
so O'Brien's he's the hind. He's the one. Like I've got some good friends who like and like the work that Derek Hine used to do. Like I never probably appreciated it until now. I've met a few people and the work he did, especially with parents, going out and visiting them, and you hear. And I know a couple of players' parents now, and the differences between clubs, the invites and the one-on-ones they used to have is so different. Like Derek Hine, every parent, Logan Morris, like we were into him. We thought we could get him with our second pick, and we missed him and got Diath. Weddle, like we had Weddle. Weddle was coming to Collingwood, and they got him with one pick before us. They moved forward, and they got him. We ended up with Ed Allen, but I know his dad very well, and like him and Hine were on the phone, like on the night, like we're going to take him. We're just waiting for the pick, and it was ticking over, and I was like, oh fuck, sorry. It was we are good at what we do in that respect. I think we are very good at what we do. Hine was good. I know there was a breakout there, but I think we've got O'Brien, who's actually very good too. So.
Well, O'Brien works under the best in the business. What's his name? Wells from Geelong. So
yeah.
There's
Look,
also
the
he's
thing
also
with
got a partner
recruiting,
in crime as well. And he's actually just as good. I keep forgetting the dude's name, but there's like I don't know if it's officially like a tag team that they're doing, but there's another guy there.
Okay.
I've heard some people speak to him as well too, and he's just as cluey as
Who was that? Sorry, Ultimate.
I've only heard the name a couple times. Yeah, it's been mentioned.
Is he from Geelong as well?
Don't know, but I do know that I know Shane did bring a lot of a few of his people over.
Yeah.
I'll try and find the name. Yeah,
so But recruiting is so like I actually recruit. You pay your recruiter more than you coach sometimes. Like seriously, if you got the cattle, who cares? Like seriously.
You got to find the thing with recruiting. The thing with recruiting is, as I've always heard, you don't get judged. I mean, you do get judged on like your top 20 selections, but they're not the ones that you pay the big bucks for the recruiters for. What you want is the guys in the 60s and the rookies to end up turning into 150 game AFL players, which Geelong have just had bloody year after fucking year. They get them. That's where you prove your worth. And that's where we can get to now, because obviously. No, you're right. Go.
At Collingwood, though, you don't have a choice anyway, because we just give away our first round draft pick. So you're never going to get one if you're a recruiter. You have to look in the 30s anyway. And this is like, I don't want to harp on old times, but we are still paying the penalty for giving away first round draft picks for players like Treloar. We still gave those players will still be playing. 2 first round draft picks we gave away for Treloar, a player we gave away, and then on top of that, 2 first round draft picks we gave away for Dane Beams in 2018. Like these guys in 2018 will be 25. 25. No, 27. In their prime, 2 years of draft picks, first rounders we gave away for Dane Beams.
The Beams one was a disaster.
But even Treloar, I still say today, I don't care. And we're looking at these, when we throw away these, we'll take 2 first rounds. I still say now, if you're a midfielder, unless you're Dangerfield, I don't think there's about maybe 2 or 3 midfielders in the league that you give 2 first rounders for. 2 first rounders that are better than that one person and some shit truck standing next to them. Because you've got to count the guy that you end up with because you haven't got those first 2 picks.
Yeah.
Unless it's a full forward or a full back, unless you're looking at Andrew, Harris Andrews, or Jeremy Cameron at the other end, two first rounders, no more. Clubs got to be smarter. 2 first rounders, no one's worth it.
Yeah.
Because a long-term show, unless that player will win you a flag next year, The long-term average, it's not fucking worth it. Seriously. Learn.
Also, as well, Harris Andrews was picked up late in the draft. Harris Andrews was like a third round, maybe even fourth round pick.
Yeah. But in saying that, though, the only thing about Harris Andrews it told me was, and look, don't get me wrong, I'd say one thing about Collingwood. All I want the coach to decide is, are we going for a flag next year or not? If we're not, do not take May. If we are, let's just get him, because Harris Andrews shows that what we as Collingwood supporters now, because we've been so deprived of an actual gun fullback, probably since Gary Pert, we actually think that if you don't get 10 goals on you, like if you don't get more than 3 or 4 goals in, you've had a absolutely ripping game. That is the best game a fullback is capable of. Harris Andrews showed that, you know what? Fullbacks can actually attack, create goals, destroy teams, and all this other stuff that we don't expect of our fullbacks. We just want them, hopefully, not to lose and get destroyed by the full forward. That's all we expect from our fullback. Please don't get 7 goals kicked on you. And we go into every game hoping for that. That's what we hope for. Frampton, please don't get more than 3-4 goals on you. We don't expect him to set up 3 or 4, destroy a team, put a guy on his ass and run off them and then get tagged maybe. That's not part of even our DNA. It's like, no. We just want him to maybe stop the guys on. And then we'll say he's a winner. And that's why I say, you know what? Maybe getting May, you know, if we're going to have a crack this year, maybe we have to just bite the bullet, take this guy that we all know is a fuckwit. We all hate him. But you know what? He's better than any fullback we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
But it's not going to happen, though, because he failed.
Yeah.
He failed the...
Did he?
He's off the list.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I
think
will say
that-
one thing about Stephen May. I know a guy that knows him well.
I know someone who's throwing me in a nightclub. Don't worry.
He's worse than a fuckwit.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know that. I know that. But I also
He's a deplorable human being.
I agree, you know what? And I think Bailey Smith is in the same group. And I'm at the point where I think we've got the age group though to manage a couple of fuckwits.
Yeah.
If it's going to win as a flag, that's all I'll say. Like, don't get me wrong. I actually don't think we could have managed Bailey Smith, but I think we could manage. May, only because he'd be surrounded by some really how Darcy Moore, Maynard, and if he wants to act like and on top of that, we can write a contract that basically says the minute you act like a fuckwit, you're done.
Yeah,
you're done. So we have all the power. I just think all I say is like it's on our club though. Are you playing for the flag or not? If you are, is he worth the risk? If we're not, then maybe not.
Well, we don't know what we're playing for next year. That's the problem.
We'll see after the trade period. We'll know if we get if we go hard for a big fish in the trade period, like a Humphrey or a Butters, then we know that we're thinking flags. If we just fucking let every other team fucking pick up fucking big guns, then we know something's not, you know.
But a big gun could be a 2-year plan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think they know. I don't think Fly knows anymore. I didn't hear it in his speech tonight. You know, it wasn't really invigorating. And you know, I think they're sort of like expecting, or they already received a lot of knockbacks, and they can't go in to this draft period starting next week with too many high hopes and not saying much, because there isn't a lot there for us to sort of like, you know, no movement there. We haven't got a lot of draft picks to I think our best or earliest, our first pick is 36, I think. 36. So good luck with that. And,
Can I ask? Quick
That's also
question.
without academies or even the compensation.
Do we get compensation for my check? Because I've been hearing different things. Like he's unrestricted free agent, we don't. But then I saw Silvani unrestricted free agent. They got end of round night, end of first round. Do we get?
Yeah, no, we do. It's just that.
Okay.
It'll
But
be
it also
nothing.
depends on the deal because St Kilda gave Silvani a big deal. That's why his pick was so good. So it sort of depends. I don't think the money is that much.
Yeah.
The 3 years will be solid. That'll, I mean, I'm expecting third rounders for both. Well, I'm expecting a third rounder for my check. Cox might be like a 4.
Yeah. Does anyone think
Cox will be
fucking
nothing.
that these have got fucking rocks in their head giving Checkers fucking a 3-year deal? That's just, isn't that absurd?
Crazy.
What are they
Crazy.
fucking
It's- yeah.
thinking, mate?
I
You'll
reckon
get
they
one
want
good
to try
year.
and
You
get
might
one
be all
over
right
us.
next year, and that's about it. Yeah, I reckon you'll struggle to get the 3.
You can't play
I
4
reckon
games
it's-
in a row, mate. Yeah.
I think it's just one of those they're trying to get one over us sort of desperate move things. It is just shocking management.
Yeah.
Did they not watch his last bloody 7 or 8 weeks? You know, like 3 years.
Yeah, it takes him to
crazy.
36.
Yeah.
Crazy. I know you got to give him an extra year to get him out of a club, but fuck me, who ticks out? Like, this is why that club is in a shambles, because you make shambolic decisions like that, you know. And we could have buckled and been like, no, we want to keep him, but thank God we didn't, because that is just it is ludicrous what they're offering him.
The only thing I can think of is
an
they've got no
understatement.
fucking tall forwards, you know. So I'm just thinking.
But are they going to win the flag next year, Mick? That's the thing. Are they going to be like? Are they going to be anywhere near a flag in 2 years? I don't think so. So how's Checkers going to? What's Checkers going to do for you for a year? What, take you to 12th? Like they're about to lose their two best midfielders. Like, you know, like. Well, what the hell's Brody Mychek going to do for you? I just look. The only thing that makes sense to me is it's like a bit of a PR bloody thing for the club, and to be like, look, we got a fucking Collingwood player left here, Collingwood to come to us, like just one of those fucking things, you know.
Sort of what's it called, like a pissing contest or whatever. Whatever
like
it's called.
ha Collingwood. Let's all point at Collingwood and laugh because we pried out one of their players. Like it just fucking bonkers to me.
Yeah.
So, can I ask a question, guys? Does anyone believe that? And I refer back to the Copeland Trophy that was on last night. Our captain didn't feature in the top 10. That's damning. That's damning. I know he missed a couple of games through injury, but for your captain not to finish in your top 10, that's damning. And we all know that he started his season reasonably well. The early part of the year was all right, but went wayward mid-year, and then his last part, I reckon he played all right in 1 or 2 games here and there. But to not finish in the top 10, and he's your captain, I know he's a premiership captain. He's been there for 3 years. Does anyone honestly think that he should stay as captain next year, or is this the right time to move and get into a different generational captain? My choice would be Nick Dacos, and not just because of the Copeland Trophy top 5, but I even was speaking to a gentleman a couple of days ago, much more learned than me. He's a Collingwood man. He's in his 70s. He's been watching Collingwood teams for decades. And he and I agreed, we think Nick to be captain next year. And I actually said to this fella, I said, I'd like to have Darcy Cameron as vice captain. I think that would be a great little choice with The only other guy that I would have there probably pushing for that would be
Bruzzy.
Isaac Quain. Well, Bruzzy, yeah, but Isaac Quaynor as well. I'm basing that on what's been going on in recent years, this year, last year as well. And you've got to reward people that are doing the job, and they've stood up. Those guys have stood up constantly. They're leading by their own performances on field, and they're very good off the field. Let's face it, Nick is very good off the field as well. He does a lot of promotional chats. He's talks to the media a lot. He's very good with the kids. Does very well out in the community. He's the face of Collingwood right now. There's no doubt about it. I say thank you to Darcy. Thank you. You won us a premiership, or helped us win a premiership. You were our premiership captain in 2023. Time to move on. You need to focus on your own form, your own ability to be a good defender, particularly right now where we're going to lose Howie and we've lost Hoskin Elliott, obviously. Hyphen, we've lost him as well from defence. We need you to be at your best, Darcy. He's also the Players Association president, so he's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah.
We just want to help him out with his football. We say thank you very much. We think Nick can take us forward. He's not too young anymore, in my opinion, because he's a leader anyway. And I just think him with Darcy Cameron, who we know now is going to be there for another 2 years. Captain, vice captain. We could have Bruzzy there. We could have Isaac Quaynor in the leadership group. Still keep Jamie Elliott in the leadership group. I'd have those. I'd even have Lockie Schultz in the leadership group as well. I'd bring him in as well. I think you've got to have guys that bleed for your footy club, bleed for your jumper, putting in every week. And that's just my opinion. Does anyone want to go into bat for Darcy to stay as captain?
Nah, fuck
I kind of want to do the opposite, because there is one factor you didn't mention. Because I think not only should it happen, it kind of needs to happen.
Oh yeah.
Because also when you look at it, when Nick is going to be doing the job, he's going to be doing the job full time, and it's going to be, if hypothetically, let's just say he has a rough start, he needs to have that support with him. And I feel like if we wait an extra 12 months, we're not going to have someone like a Pendlebury on the list. So, to have Pendlebury on the field, you need someone like that next to Nick. And even if it is a passing of the torch, or however you want to call it, even though Nick will potentially have the title of it or whatever, I think Pendles would be massive for someone like a Dacos, And then also, again, you take the pressure off it more, because I think, it's just best for all parties. We know Nick is going to be a fantastic captain because he's going to be that Ricky Ponting. I know it's a different sport, but he's going to be that Ricky Ponting type of captain where he's, all right, guys, jump on my back. I'm gonna, get us through this tough period, and we're going to get over the line and have a win. You sort of need those types of leaders. As I said, Ricky Ponting was fantastic like that whenever Australia was in trouble and stuff. So, and to have Pendles by his side, there's always Howie, if he needs an extra opinion. Bottom's probably not too far away as well. At the time, regardless if it's early or not, I feel like it's not like it's a now or never situation. But the fact that we pretty much know that next year Pendles' last year, right? But we say that and he'll probably go for another 10 years.
It's his last. It's his last.
But that's the thing that I feel like we need Nick in the role full time, and then at least have 12 months of Pendlebury, guiding him and being, because again, my biggest issue is that what happens if Nick is in the role full time, and he's making mistake after mistake after mistake. Who's going to be there to sort of be that calming influence? Who's going to be there to sort of be like, hey, Nick, you're doing a good job. Just keep at it. Just weather the storm a bit. You sort of need that person, to be, as I said, that calming influence on Nick, so that when shit's hitting the fan, he's not just you know, he's not like he doesn't like completely like into pieces, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like he
To
can like
be
hold his own
Yeah.
because he's got
I agree.
experience there.
Ultimately,
to piggyback, yeah.
sorry.
No, I was just going to say you've got confidence. You can have confidence in Nick because he was already made a vice captain and he already got an opportunity to captain this year. So clearly, the club already know that he's ready or thereabouts or close to it. So it's one of those scenarios where you just think, okay, well, is this the right time to pass the torch? Now, the one thing I'll say about Darcy Moore is the problem with him is sometimes when you try and wear too many hats, you end up wearing none.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I obviously he's highly admired by his peers in the AFL because he's the head of the AFL Players Association too, right? But again, sometimes when you wear too many hats, you don't wear any hats. So for me, I would rather a guy that is just committed to 100% everything Collingwood, and that's it.
Yeah.
And look, my personal opinion is I would give it to Braden Maynard for a year or two if Dacos wasn't ready. But it just seems like he's ready, and it feels like it's the natural time to hand it over. But when you talk about bleeding for the club and things like that, Maynard just absolutely has that in spades. But there's no reason he can't still be vice captain. I'm sure he will be.
I'd give it to Nick now. The reason is, in the next time, like if let's say we fucking shit the bed next year and we get rid of all the oldies and we're gonna need to, and so the next time we give it a big tilt, will be another 3-4 years away. Nick will need to be captain in the bad times in that 3-4 year rebuild with a lot of youngsters around him, and it'll just prime him. Once we have that next tilt, he'll be the man. That's why I reckon. We should just give it to Nick next year. He's got a good support network around him, as Grayton has said. He's still got all the old guys there to help him out. Darcy Moore, I'll be very disappointed if he's captain again next year. You cannot have your captain that is susceptible to those fucking form slumps that cost games, and it's your fucking captain. It's just fucked. So I'm 100% with Nick all the way for next year. If not Nick, I can understand the Bruzzy for a year thing. But why have Bruzzy just for a year? Just chuck Nick there. You'll have Bruzzy next to him helping him out.
Especially as well.
Yeah, I'll jump in, Mick.
All good.
Yeah, so I'll jump in. So I think I hate to hate on Moore because I think he was the perfect captain that we had at the time. Like, he's a people pleaser. That he's not a leader. He's a people pleaser. So, but he came out through the Buckley times, and whatever the issues were in there, he pleased the players. He appeased to them. He loved them. He brought happiness. And I'm old school, so everything I'm saying right now is, but he brought happiness and this love out of them, and they walked out in the field happy. And he was a driver of that. So we can't take that away from him. He was a major driver of that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying going forward he's still a player in this play, but we can't take this away from this guy. Like, he had a massive. He's a people pleaser, and that's why I actually say when he's at full centre back, he actually fails so because he's so obsessed with making sure that Charlie Dean can do his job and that whoever's fucking filling in for Howe can do his. That he actually forgets about his own fucking role. Like, he's so obsessed with looking after everyone around him. Yeah, he's not a true leader that says, I do my job properly and right, and then I start worrying about everyone else. But moving forward now, I think we've moved past all that. I think we've got things in place now because we were a broken club. There's no doubt about that for a while, and we're not. And he served his purpose. And as a team and as a club and as an organisation, really, we have to say, look, you have done your role. Like, we can't take that away, but you can't take us forward. And that's just been an organisation as a smart. Like we thank you for everything you've done, but going forward. And then I say every day of the week, Nick Dacos, because he has to do it.
Yeah.
It's his role. He has to own it now because he has to get in there just before the dip, and he has to take that ride, and he has to own it, and he has to bring it. Just like Nathan Buckley did in the past, he has to own that ride, and he has to bring us out.
Agree,
and,
mate.
You know, and it's a fight. Like, you know, you got to be there for the good. And I'd be saying to Nick Dacos is, here you go. Here's the captaincy. You're in for a dip now. All I say to you as president, to you is, when you leave this club, leave it better than right now when you walk out.
Yeah.
And then he knows he's on the edge of a cliff. He knows that. Well, we all know that. At some point, there's going to be a little bit of a dip.
And I bet you Moore plays better when he doesn't have the captaincy.
I hope so.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm going to introduce Matthew from. I'm going to introduce Dan Houston's number one fan, Fly's number one fan, and Darcy Moore's number one fan. Matthew from Bangkok.
What's taking him so long? What's taking him so long?
He's been diligently chatting away in the chat, but now he's going to come on and tell us how it is.
I'm
good. I don't have to be that's real about Fly because everyone's catching up. So I'm not really needed. I can just sit back. And the other, so Fly's a number one PR consultant at the club. Number two is Darcy Moore.
Yeah,
we're all having a bit of a debate of who should be our next captain. We've got four captains. I'll tell you them in order. Nick Dacos is already the captain. Okay, his three deputies are Maynard, Howe, and Pendles.
Yep,
they're doing great. So you don't necessarily have to name someone and put them in the spotlight and say they're the captain. We just really do need to put Moore back to being part of the 18, earn his spot like he should be, like everyone should. And like you just said before, Mick, I think he'll be a better player. He'll just go back to being a footballer again.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
Because
and association president.
Yeah.
Well, he can go do that. But when he's the association, the association president doesn't get him a game.
Yeah.
Collingwood captain has got him a game for 90% of the year.
That's just the stepping stone for the future fucking Labor Party backbencher, because that's where he's heading, mate.
Mate, he's on all the ads. He's on all the promotions. Okay, go do that thing, but don't let it affect the club, and don't inject that into the psyche of the players. Keep that out of it. So,
you know what's a good example of that as well? The fact that Dangerfield became Geelong's captain. He did the Players Association for 6 or 7 months and then gave it away. So that tells you a lot, that maybe the two can't go together, sort of thing. They're two big roles.
Exactly.
You know? So
Age, he did it for years. He just handed it over to Moore.
Yeah, but Dangerfield wasn't captain for years. Selwood was captain up until the end of 22 when they won the.
But Moore only just took over. Like the last, I reckon you'll find Dangerfield was captain and president for probably about 3 years. Stripped there.
No, it wasn't 3 years. I think it would have been about a year and a half, I think. But yeah, I just think it's one of those things that you can't be captain and you can't do that role. I just think those things can't.
I think there's a conflict of interest anyway. I just think in a normal industry you'd say there's a conflict.
Yeah. How can you be the leader of your club and have to do everything for your club, but also at the same time have to worry about all the players from the other clubs? Like, it's just a no-brainer to me that you can't wear those two hats. You know.
then you got to
Like-
then on the Saturday night you got to go in hard against the player you've been trying to advocate for in some fucking stupid issue. You got to try and fucking belt him on a Saturday night, you know.
Well, in most industries, the president and all that, the association members have to step away from whoever they're working for. You have to quit, like move away. So
yeah, it's a bizarre setup. What I will say about captains is that someone brought up a good point about Moore not being in the top 10 of the best and fairest. And growing up a Collingwood supporter, I've always remembered Collingwood captains are always in the top 5, top 10 best players. But Nick Maxwell wasn't in our top best players, but what an awesome captain he was. So you don't necessarily have to be the in the top 10 players or one of your best players, but you've just got to lead by example and just do. I mean, you look at Darcy Moore swearing and yelling at the players before the bounce, and it just is so cringe. But if I'm to watch Maxi yelling at the players before a game in 2009, 2010, I'm just like, Maxi's maybe not gonna go take 10 intercept marks and get 30 possessions and kick 3 goals, but he is going to be doing absolutely everything, and the type of guy that makes the other players stand tall. So we're not getting a Maxwell and we're not getting a Nathan Buckley out of Moore. So that is number one on the agenda. He has to be stepped down from captain and get whoever in there. If it's not Nick Dacos, Maynard, I think Nick Dacos, as I said, he's one of our best leaders already. Get him in there. He's our best player. Get him in there.
Yeah, I'll tell you one more.
I think
21.
I think what I said about Carey was no.
No, I was just finished on that. The one bloke that won't be in the leadership role next year, I'll tell you now, is going to be Dan McStay. So it'll be good to see him going out of the leadership group.
But if they take him out of the leadership group, what kind of a message does that send? It's kind of like, we don't rate you anymore. So that'll just fucking destroy the guy. I'm all for it, but
they do that all the time. They take people in and out of. They take people in and out of the leadership group all the time.
Yeah,
and I think the fringe.
I don't think Pendles is in the leadership group at the moment. He's he's our best leader at the club. So it's a bit of
And Mick, this is a pretty special group. You actually know who's in the leadership group. You go to a ground, mate, and you ask, 99,000 out of that 100,000 who's in the leadership group. They don't know. So I don't think the impact on the players is that huge. They know the captain is, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Especially as well when it comes to McStay. I haven't had a civic conversation with him, but I have been around spoken to other people. He definitely does seem the sort of type where he would be the one to put his hand up anyway. To be so basically, if he was to not be in the leadership group, he would be like, that I would understand because I just wasn't that good. So I don't think, I think I would agree where I don't think it's going to affect him. If anything, I think he probably look at it as a good thing because he probably looked at it as he probably looked at it as more as a burden if instead of something that was something that was actually good. So for him to have the leadership role taken off of him, I think him himself would probably want it off of him more than anyone else. That's just the vibe I got off of.
I think it's the same philosophy. Taking the captaincy off Moore shouldn't look at that as a bad thing. It's just a practical thing. You just go and play footy. Same with Dan McStay. Don't worry about being a leader. Just go out there, take marks, make a contest, kick some goals. That's what we need from you this year, Dan. And that's what they should be saying to Darcy if they give the captaincy to someone else.
Also,
and I agree.
Darcy, especially with Darcy, can we see him dash out or just out of the back line? Because he was doing it in the what was it, the qualifying final and stuff, and it's he looks like 10 times the better player when he's doing that. He's basically a noble, but it's just the fact that he's over 200 centimeters. Like when he has the ball and he runs and guns, like he looks fucking amazing. Like it's like I don't know if that's just maybe the stress of like all these roles he's like having and stuff, but like
No, it's
I don't know.
marking
Does
though.
he
Sean.
needs to just sort of take the game on a bit.
No,
The
but
better
Sean,
teams
what
don't let him
that
do that.
what that coincided with is he started taking marks. Because when he takes an intercept mark, bang, he's off. And he was doing that against Adelaide.
But he's got to attack the ball, and he'll only attack the ball when he's got confidence that the people around him are doing their job. And that was the issue. If we can put a team around him, Darcy will be. I would say Darcy will be Darcy. Just put a fullback behind him, put a confident fucking third tall beside him, and let Darcy be Darcy. And he will destroy.
I do agree. I do agree with that. I do agree with that to a certain extent.
More than third tall.
But he's not capable of being a leader like you want. He's not He's not a carry. He will then start to go, who should I be helping right now? Oh my God, I got Charlie Dean. Oh my God, I should run back, should run forward. Oh fuck. Oh, Howe's not there. Oh fuck. Oh, and he's running around in a circle, and then he just becomes a messed up fucking piece of shit. And that's what we've had.
Peter.
Because he doesn't know what he needs to do, because he's trying to be a captain. He goes, I need to be the superhero that fixes everyone else's problem. I'm the captain. If I can't do it, who can do it? Like, and he's not capable of it. Sorry.
He was the right captain. Look, he was the right captain at the right
time.
Exactly, and that's now it's past that point now.
Yeah.
So we've fixed up the cultural issues that we were left with from fucking Buckley's era, and he helped clean up the club. He was obviously hand in hand with Fly at the time, with whatever vision that they had. They executed. They won a flag, and now it's just a natural time to move it on. You know,
and it's Buckley.
Yeah, I just think it's like I said, your best player doesn't need to be your captain, but Nick has all the leadership qualities clearly, and I don't know who said it before, but he's already the leader. Let's be honest. The whole midfield revolves around him. You know, like it's very much just like he needs to lead now.
Not just that though, our new recruits want to follow him. They will join the club saying, you know, great Nick, tell us what to do. Like our new recruits want to follow him. So just take it. Like let's go. Like this guy is a natural leader. He's humble, charismatic. Like he's everything we need. He's, you know, Wayne Carey personified. He can take a game by and the young kids want to follow him. Why not? Why not take advantage of it? Let's go. Give the boy the fucking golden chalice and let's chase it.
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example of a past captain. You know, we all remember Gavin Brown and what an inspirational player he was. And I think he took over the captaincy when he was maybe 26, 27. Couldn't get a peep out of him. All he did was he just led by example and he lifted people around him. And what a great captain Gavin Brown was. With Nick Dacos, you've got the ability and, you know, for a young man, he just goes out and does the job. But off the field, he talks like he could be working in the media tomorrow, but not the sucky sort of stuff that Moore goes on with. You can tell he's grounded. He's been brought up well. He's just respectful. He's just a good kid and a good man. So we've got to give him the captaincy now. What a great opportunity we have to give someone who's, what is he, 21, 22? Give him the captaincy now. It'll probably make him better. He's the type of, it won't make him worse. He'll just go, I'm the captain now. I've got to be even better. And he will be.
Yeah. Just with Nick, like I love it whenever I'm fortunate enough to get a seat like right next to the right at the front, and like the players are close. He doesn't stop screaming like on the ground. Like he as someone said earlier, he's already the lead. He's the loudest voice out there. He doesn't shut up. It's like it's uncanny. It's like fucking hell, man. He doesn't stop.
Because he wants the ball.
Yeah.
He wants the ball.
Of course he does. Get the fucking ball to me and I'll fix all your problems.
You know what I think was silly?
No,
Do you remember
no.
during the year there was this spin going on from Corns and all the rest and the footy show? I don't know what you guys think, but Nick keeps calling for it in bad positions. And
Yeah.
the one excerpt they showed on the footy show on Sunday was he called for the ball and he was just inside 50. And they didn't finish the clip. They didn't see what he did with it. But I'm like, yeah, I'm giving that to Nick. He's sliding inside 50. I'm doing a forward handball to Nick. If he's like he had a couple of meters on his opponent. I'm like, sometimes it's Nick is always going to call for it. He wants the ball and he has the confidence that I'm going to get it. I'm going to dodge around, and worst case scenario, I'll nearly get tackled, but I'll handball it off.
Yeah.
In football, we talk about decision makers. Okay, Nick's got a guy right next to him. Maybe Nick doesn't know that. It's not Nick who's in fault. It's the guy. Don't hand pass it to him if he's got a guy on his hammer. So that criticism of Nick Dacos, he's calling for it when he shouldn't. That's bullshit. That's the guy who's got the ball. Do you guys agree with that or not?
Yeah.
I would. Yeah.
Look, I think, and this is my honest opinion, and I go to most games, I think there is times that he can be selfish, but I don't think it's his fault. I think that he just feels like he needs to do everything at times. But I just want it to be a thing where, come see the finals, the two finals he played, his disposals were lower, and the Adelaide game, he was sensational. I just think that he can have more impact with less disposals sometimes if he sometimes does slightly more team things. But it could just be a maturity thing with him as well, you know. I think he just knows how good he is, so he always wants the ball. So with maturity, that'll probably
Mate, who's in the fucking...
the fuck?
Peter went for a piss.
That was like Frank Drebin in Naked Gun.
That's what you get at 2 a.m, mate.
We want to congratulate Frank Drebin for his 100th drug dealer kill. In all honesty, Your Honor, the last one I backed over with my car. He just happened to be a drug dealer.
I thought Darcy Moore's broken in and he's having a crack now, mate. He's after us. Fucking hell.
Yeah, no, I don't think that I can get any better than that. I think I might need a couple.
Hey, hold on a second. We've had Matt fall asleep and we heard him snoring. What? Yeah?
That is true. That is true.
Hey, Sean, can you answer this question from Abdullah?
Yep. Yeah, what's the question?
Where do you think Zach McCarthy's draft pick range will be?
I'm sort of waiting on the draft combine results. That'll probably give a good indication. I was told, I think he had a 636 and then a 2K, which for a key forward, that's very, very good. So if he keeps those results up, it's probably going to be a late first.
Yeah.
But I'm sort of tipping it's a bit of a maybe like pick 25, mid sort of second. Because it's hard to know how you value the key positions, and then also as well because he's going to be bidded on. Sometimes you can fall a few spots just because of academies, because a lot of clubs don't want to step on toes of like other clubs.
Yeah. So they'll let him go. Yeah. All right. I got you.
Yeah. It would. I'd be shocked if he's like anything. I mean, yeah, you can probably lock him in for the top 30. And I'd be shocked if he's, maybe like Yeah, I'll say 20 to 30. I'll say that as a range because you also got the academies and you got the father sons and all this stuff. So 20 to 30, I'll say.
Yeah. So
actually, Sean,
go.
actually speaking
Go.
about players we're going to draft, with Tom McGuan, right?
Mhm.
Is it a drop off in the sense that he just hasn't progressed from sort of this year, or do you reckon it's a little bit of shenanigans that's going on there?
Yeah, it's a bit of draft politics, to be honest.
You know what I reckon? I reckon Mickey's involved because Mickey, we know Mickey loves a punt, and I reckon it's a bit of handicapping. He's got a bit of handicapping going on. I reckon.
Yeah,
in racing terms, we call it. Oh, he's holding him back.
Yeah.
Pretty much all
I wouldn't
I'll
be
say
surprised.
is that I've got no what's the word? Like I've got no concerns about him in terms of talent. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I think he'll come in. He won't start round 1 or round 0, whatever it is. But expect a Josh Dacos. But I'd even say he's a little bit probably further progressed, like just a little bit than Josh Dacos. But he'll probably play VFL for 2, maybe 3 years, and by then he should be ready. He'll have 2, 3 pre-seasons under his belt. But also as well, when he was playing as a midfielder for the Western Jets, he was averaging 34 disposals in the midfield. So, and then after, I think he did that for the first 4 to 6 games, and then after that, they basically put him at half forward. Basically said he's got to learn some forward craft. And then ever since then, he's basically been playing a similar role to Hoskin Elliott, and obviously Hoskin Elliott's no longer on the list. So, I don't know this for sure,
Don't
but
curse
like,
him.
there's certainly some evidence to suggest that we've put him in secondary roles. So he's not been at his peak. So because he's not, peaking as a midfielder.
Yep. Because he was kicking ass. He was kicking ass when he was a midfielder.
In terms of his numbers, he was, but also as well too, he wasn't necessarily doing anything that was like, because like if you look at the first round, all the midfielders that go in the first round, they've got to have something that that basically like separates them, and the thing that will go into Tom's favor is that he's not like. Is he going to be a really good mid? Absolutely, he's going to be a very good mid, but he's not doing anything that's setting him apart from everybody else. So when clubs are going to be drafting, they're going to go, oh, well, we want a midfielder, but we're going to take the most special midfielder that we can get. So, so you're probably going to go for, I don't know, obviously they're not like in the draft this year, obviously, because they're proven players. But a lot of teams are going to go after, your Dustin Martins, your Jordan De Goey's, your explosive mids. He's not necessarily that type of like mid, at least at the premium level. So in terms of probably McGuan, I'd probably see him around like a mid third, even late third. I know there's been some talk about how he might even slide to the rookie pick. I mean, I'd love to see it. I just don't think it'll happen.
Do you reckon, Sean, is he better than Lipinski, though?
Oh, not Lipinski. Please. I just forgot about him.
I think
Zulansky.
I think eventually he'll be better. I mean, again, it's as I said, he's gonna.
I reckon he's better than him now. Hey, Sean, I've never seen McGuan play, but he's better than Lipinski. Okay,
right? All right, done. I'll take your word for it. Although, mind you, McGuan did actually have a really nice goal from 50. I think it was like the middle of the year. So he's also got a bit of a, like, I wouldn't say decent kick, but he can kick from 50 already. So It's a really nice goal. So he's got some highlights already. As I said, he's going to be a good player, but again, expect like a Josh Staples type of process. He's going to take a few years in the VFL.
So he's a third rounder.
Yeah, he's probably. I would expect him to go third round.
Hey Sean, do we with McCarthy? Do we have to give up points to move up to get him at pick 36?
Pick 36. I don't.
Do we have to give up points? You won't.
Well, so that's the thing. Each pick's going to have its own points. So I don't know how much it all adds up to.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to probably need a few picks, especially if he's like a late first.
Yeah.
We're going to have to trade in some picks.
Yeah.
But I'm sure the club will find a way to do it. There's especially the fact that you can trade future picks as well.
Yeah.
There's plenty of ways to get it done. And I mean, the club's been aware of these guys for far too long to not be prepared for it. So there's definitely, there'll definitely be a plan. Because also 26 is very light. We've only got Max Christian who's coming through, who's a key defender. But even then,
Michael Christian's son. Fuck, how many father sons have we got? Fuck.
Well, yeah, Ted Fraser's the year after.
Then you got the Rocker cousins.
Rockers. Yeah.
Fuck. The whole team's going to be father sons, mate.
I think Leon Davis is a kid that's not far away as well.
Say that again, Sean.
I think Leon Davis has a kid from memory that's not far away as well.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, no, there's like a fair few. I think even Shane Wakeland's son's probably around 15, 16 at the moment.
Yeah.
Did he play 100 games?
Shane Wakeland, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, there you go. I need to play a few seasons. I want to thought 100 games.
Well, I think all of these father-sons, it's showing us that Collingwood definitely has its roots 200 years ago as a working-class Catholic club. Catholics know how to pop out some kids, I tell you what.
Yeah. As opposed to St Kilda, who...
For those atheist lefties down in fucking St Kilda.
With that name, St Kilda, you would think they were Catholics too, mate, but no.
Can you believe the AFL changed the father-son rules, or are going to, because of what fucking St Kilda are bitching about? The club that mooches $22 million a year out of the AFL to stay afloat, they're the ones trying to call the shots and kick up a stink about father-sons.
Yeah,
they're trying to be tough. They're trying to be tough, all right?
If I was the fucking AFL, I'd turn around and be like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to talk and tell us about rules and that? Just take your fucking hand out and shut up. I cannot believe...
the last Bulldogs are trying to ask the AFL to backfill them for the pay of Jamari O'Hagan because he's Aboriginal and there's issues there, and why should they be responsible for the contract that they signed him for? I know that for a fact, and that's behind closed doors.
That's reverse woke.
Yeah, reverse woke.
But they are so scared to just cut him and just take his money. They're saying the AFL, well, we're not responsible anymore. It's an AFL problem. So how about you take that contract?
Yeah. I know Jamara, I know everyone says our culture's great, we can handle anyone, but fuck, man. Less than 3 months ago, the bloke was in a nightclub fucking where some bloke got fucking shot, one of his mates or something. He's all over the place, mate. You don't want him anywhere near our club, mate. Even if he comes from fucking peanuts. Fuck him.
I know enough to say that Jamie Hill was Hill was probably not far from him. So we've got our own problems. We can't take on anymore.
And that's why I'm a advocate of just, trading, man. Look, man, it's 2 a.m. here. We could start talking about this shit, man. Fucking Bobby Hill. Listen, look, this is what I've heard. Like, everyone's got their fucking reliable sources.
No, but everyone's heard shit. But don't bring in Jamara. That's
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about. We don't have to say anything about Bobby. He's our problem, but do we bring in someone else's? That's probably the main thing we're talking about.
Nah.
Keep going, Mick.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
No, just with Bobby. What I heard was because his missus was like with like our club. Yeah, most of the players are fucking got wives with, and they got kids. So that's the kind of culture of the club. It's a family, you know. All the wives hang out together and have, go out to dinners and shit. And with whatever happened with Bobby, it fucking broke the fucking thing, kind of, and it's going to be a problem next year for him too. He's going to have to try and see his kids
he's seen
and
like
stuff like that.
all
He's going
those-
to miss
all those-
training sessions. Get rid of him.
all those wags will be, and I've been in football clubs as well. When shit goes, all the wags are looking at a guy like that, going like, "Oh, that guy," like, rah, rah, and they'd all be talking to their fellas, going, "Oh, that Bobby Hill, da 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 da." Yeah, it happens.
And we've got the loudest wags. They're the oldest and the loudest.
I bet you they are.
And even our two notorious party boys, Geordie and fucking Bo, have fucking settled down now. So it's a good culture to have, mate. It's an old fashioned fucking family culture, mate.
That's the thing, mate.
Yeah.
Having said that, the wags and whatever at a footy club, if there's a single bloke going out there and going with whoever and coming out, they'll be like the first to go, "Oh, good on you, mate." Da 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 da. But if you're with a girl and they're mates with them, it's totally different. They'll be the first ones going, "Oh, did you pick up a girl? Oh, good on you." Da 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 da. But not if you've got a girl, especially if they're mates with them. Like, oh, you're enemy number one now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Hill's got a partner and kids, so it's a completely different. Like, I think we don't have to discuss it online. We all know what we've heard. So for him, like, he's got his own challenges. The question is, does he want to go home back where she is with the kids, or does he want to stay, really? Or are we going to tell him, like we did with Chalor, we think that you would rather be at home and we don't care what you tell us and we're going to make it happen anyway. So,
mate,
because
Bobby's been all
that's
over
sensible,
social
because
media.
Bobby doesn't know what he wants. He couldn't give
Bobby-
you a genuine answer.
Bobby's been all over social media commenting on bloody posts that are talking about him, all right?
He's not in the right mind.
If I was fucking his manager or someone senior at the club, I'd be turned to him saying, "Bobby, what the fuck are you doing, mate? What are you doing?" This is now this ties back into, like, social media, it's all toxic and that. Why is one of our best players fucking scooping on fucking Instagram and Facebook and bloody Twitter? He's commenting on bloody every post about himself. Like, come on, man. Like, these are the things that, proper leadership needs to turn around and be like, they might have already done this. His papers might already be scanned.
You can't control someone that's off the track, so that's the challenge. It's a free world, and you can't control someone who's off the track. And I think this
ties back to Mick, though. This ties back to what Mick says.
This is why he didn't play the finals,
Surely you just fuck him off now.
And Tony Shaw pulled him up on 3AW or something, and then Bobby Hill has to go on social media and reply, and it's like, mate, Bobby, I know you won a Norm Smith, and thank you very much for that performance. It did us wonders to winning that flag. But I'll tell you what, mate, Tony Shaw won a Norm Smith as well, mate. He's entitled to fucking say whatever he wants about the club that he loves, mate.
Yeah, he can have an opinion.
I agree, and Bobby can say back what he wants, but at the same time, if Tony Shaw's saying shit, then he knows stuff.
Yeah.
But it's also, but what's really interesting is that during that whole period, 90% of all the Collingwood supporters were going Tony Shaw. They're like, "Oh, Tony Shaw, who are you?" Da 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 da. Like, what? You can have an opinion.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are thinking that, but just 90% of Collingwood supporters, I'm sorry, they just toe the line and like just accept everything like face value, like, and just repeat like Paris, like, okay, Houston not running with the program. He's like Lucky Schultz, had a bad season. Second season will be good.
Hey, Matt, have you been down Swanston Street on a Sunday at any time? Like, mate,
Not for 20 years.
seriously, or you'll be confronted by a bunch of people telling you how blocking Swanston Street is going to fix all the problems in Palestine. So, but that's the world we live in. Like, you're asking for normal responses from kids on social media to what Tony Shaw said, who they don't know who Tony Shaw is, to Bobby Hill, who is an Indigenous player who's.
I'll just tell.
He's always going to get.
Yeah. I'll just let any kids know that might not know who the character of Tony Shaw. Now, this is a man that when the club was struggling.
First of all, how old are you?
Me, take a guess.
I'm going to say 48.
Oh, no, yeah, a little bit younger, but you're not that far.
I'm 48. I'm not embarrassed to say it. Me, I'm 48.
I'm 48.
Just to go back to anyone that doubts Tony Shaw or doesn't know who Tony Shaw is or wants to slap him for having an opinion, that's a man that when our club was on its knees in the 90s, when he knew his coaching gig was up, he decided to play kids. Knowing that he was going to get bloody slaughtered in the media, but he knew it was the best thing for the Collingwood Football Club to start playing some kids and start making hard decisions on blokes that weren't going to be the future. That is a man that knew.
And also handed over a first-round draft pick.
I don't even remember that. What was that?
Yeah, we finished last. We finished last, so he handed over the first-round draft pick to the next incumbent, which
to the
was
next coach.
Mick
I
Malthouse.
thought you meant he burnt a pick or something.
No. He gave up finishing last and being sacrificed that the next coach would get a first-round draft pick.
So that's a man that has, when he's going to have an opinion about Collingwood, he loves the club with all his heart. So for anyone to turn around and be like, Tony Shaw, what would he know? Oh, Tony Shaw has been blah, blah, blah. No. This is a guy that he did everything he could as a player and then as a coach to push us forward. Ultimately the coaching was no good, but he knew once his time was up, he knew he wanted to do everything to put the Collingwood Football Club in the best position he could hand it over to. So, for people to turn around and have a dig at him because he has a bloody opinion on Bobby Hill, who's not pouring his heart and soul into the club like Tony Shaw did, that's a disgrace.
But I also think the whole it was an overreaction. Like, he said what he said. The guy put a clown face, and everyone had an opinion about it. Like, seriously, the guy, you should leave or move him on, and he goes, "You're a clown." That was it. It's a pretty harmless, I should say, conversation, and then everyone else had an opinion on it that turned it really toxic. But at the end of the day, there was nothing to it.
Yeah, the media just overhyped it, but Bobby just didn't need to do anything. Just shut up and just fucking get to training, man. Fucking train the house down.
It's a clown face. It's a clown face.
Turn up to work, and is it just me, or is there only ever photos of Bobby, right, in the last few months that looks like he's walked out of a day club at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday? Like, Do you know what I mean? Like, it looks like something from a World War II movie where they've freed prisoners of war. Like,
but is it just me that says that this guy could not train for like 3 months and he still walk out and kick 4 goals on the grand final too?
we all have shit going on in our life. We've all had breakups. We've all had family problems and whatever. But like, maybe we take a day off. He took off 2 months.
Yeah,
I agree.
Why wasn't he at the BNF tonight?
Was
Well,
he?
that's the big one. That's the
Bobby?
big one.
I didn't know that.
He wasn't there,
apparently
no?
he wasn't there.
Yeah. Why wasn't he at the BNF?
Oh, okay.
Like, the club supported him through a shocking period of time, and they clearly prioritised him. You know, do what you got to do outside of football. You'd think on the bloody best and fairest night he'd be there, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
He probably knows he's getting shopped around now because, like, it's obvious as fucking day, man, that we're shopping him around, man.
It has to be.
We want
Yeah,
to. We want to get.
found it really awkward, especially
We
with
want to
Fly,
get
like,
pics.
also saying, especially with Fly mentioning the families
That's-
and we sort of love each other, look after each other. That really hit me on the nose in terms of like that's literally like that's just too on the nose when it comes to Bobby, and the fact that he wasn't there, I feel like that makes it look a lot worse. Just the scenario in general.
Yeah.
Because, like, obviously with his family and what's going on there.
That's it, mate. Stefanos is exactly right, mate. Get the drama queens out and just concentrate on winning fucking flags, mate.
Fucking
Gotten to that point.
And we've got to keep fast on that. Like, I know Anthony's been pretty strong on like, let's get May in and let's get Oliver in, and I'm like, no, like
they're fucking cancer, mate.
One of the things that we can really pride ourselves on is that we've got mostly a good bunch of blokes. Yep, Darcy annoys me, but he's a nice guy, right? We've got a good bunch of kids, and they're obviously from solid backgrounds. We don't fuck around like that, so let's not fuck with that. Like, I don't want. That's one of the main reasons I don't want Oliver. I don't want May, and I don't want Jamara Hugel-Hagen.
Yeah,
I agree, Matt. But
it's hard to build.
We're a bit off this year. So, are we having a crack? Like, I think we need to make an honest decision amongst ourselves. Are we actually having a crack next year or not? Like, and that kind of determines our. And if we're not, like, because I honestly believe if the coaching panel think, look, I think we have a crack, I actually say take May. I hate him. And I know we're going to say Matt, and I agree with everything you're going to say about the guy, but we, we want a fullback that attacks, destroys, doesn't just beat the opponent, destroys, attacks, and moves like. But we don't have that. We have defenders who just, we're pretty happy if they just simply beat their opponent, not only destroy and attack from. And I talk about Andrew Harris in that grand final, and that just shows all of us what a backman can do to a defence. And we haven't seen that. I don't know if we've ever seen anything like that in any of our defenders. So
let me ask you, Peter.
If we're not going to do that, then let's start rebuilding. Let's start playing for a grand final in 2-3 years, and then let's go and build up some kids.
Why do we have to?
I'm not saying rebuild. I just don't think we got the team. I just don't think we got the team.
I'll tell you.
To have a proper crack next year.
I'll give you 2 points. Right? Do you think that Brisbane beating us in the prelim did that feel like a 5-goal victory?
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. We did not take it. I'll say we did not take advantage of our opportunities. We had opportunities to take momentum. We didn't do it. Obviously the free kick. I'll say the free kick, but I'll say at the same time a fucking senior forward paid a lot of money to come to our club to kick fucking goals and a straight set kick, who should have taken the shot from 35. And a full forward that dropped the chest mark in the first second of the goal.
But okay, just a yes or no question. Do you realise how close we were to a premiership this year? Before you answer that, we played 3 players who are unfit. Okay, I'll give them a pass for Pendles. Maybe that was a bit hard to predict, but how? And definitely Checkers shouldn't have played. And I can give you lots of points, but the first 4.
Mate, I've been close. I've been close before, though. This is the issue. I've been close before.
I'm nearly finished. In the second half, right, the scores were level. And in the first 4 centre bounces, where we should have had Cox, at least in 2 of those, Cameron took the centre square 4 times.
He should have been
4
in
centre
defence.
square. He got pantsed, and Brisbane gapped the game. So Fly, he just really needs to improve. We should have won that game, and we should have won the flag because we would have.
Mate, 100%. I agree, and I've been exactly where you are. I've been there since about 1990. So I've been there where we've been the best team in the prelim, but it doesn't guarantee you being there next year. You've got to get better. You have to get better.
We are going to get better. We are going to get better.
So, Matt, what you're trying to say is we don't need May because we were so close. There was just small little factors that stopped us from winning a flag. So we don't need to go for the May type that'll help us, give us a pep up for next year. To shore up the defence. We can make do with Moore and Frampton and Howie for 1 year.
We need improvement. The number one person we need improvement in is Fly. Fly needs Craig Kelly or that Charlie Gardner. He seems like a bit of a wimp. I don't know. Craig Kelly needs to sit Fly down, or the president, Carp, and whatever it says. Fly, you're not good enough, right? These selection blunders that you keep doing, the managing players, bringing that Wade guy and whatever. We should have played finals in 2024, and we should have bare minimum been in the grand final. You fucked it. All this talk of fit to perform. He played Checkers. He's got a ligament torn off his fucking bone.
Yeah,
and you've got to stay sitting. Well, there's the game lost right there.
I agree. Checkers has let us down, but one thing got to throw one thing in though. And I say about May, and look, don't get me wrong, I'm not a May fan. I hate the but
this is not about
in
May.
saying that, but at the same time, is all I think is if we're going to have a crack this year, I'd like to have May in the back pocket. That's all I say. But moving forward, if we're going to have a crack this year, don't get me wrong, be realistic. This is Howe's last year. This is Pendle's last year. This is Snyder's last year. This might even be our coach's last year. I don't know. But so if they're going to have this one last crack, let's do it properly. So if we can get Howe for nothing, May for nothing, I'm not saying he has to play in the finals next year, but if we've got him as a backup.
We're not getting him. He's not coming, May. The decision's already made.
Is that 100%?
Yeah.
Yeah, he failed the medical.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, if you're not getting him, you're not getting him.
You know what I reckon?
All I was saying, I was going to say was a guy like that is worth the risk.
Hey, Peter.
Because we need a fullback. We need a fullback better.
I would take him for a year. I just don't want to take Oliver.
We just need someone who can not only stop a defender, but can destroy them and attack from them. And we haven't seen it.
Here's the thing, Peter. I'd be open to taking May because it's only 1 year and there's only so much damage he could do to the culture. And if he's got clauses,
I don't think he'd do any damage.
I don't think so. But my problem is with Oliver. We're really keen on Oliver.
No,
but we would have to take him for 5 years. That's a lot. It's a big commitment for me.
I agree with that.
Guys,
you know what the
Go age.
Yeah.
I'll
just quickly say, just to wrap that sort of chat up, culture is very hard to build, and very, very fucking easy to lose. if Stephen May was 26 years old and he wasn't such a fuckwit, I would be like, yep, no worries. You can go have a punt. Do you really want to have a punt on a guy that's probably past it and is a fuckwit for 1 year? You know, I just think it just, I'm glad that it looks like he failed the medical, because I reckon if he passed it, we would have bloody ended up with him. And I reckon it would have been the worst decision our club had made for the whole time I've been watching football.
But also, age, when a guy comes in when he's past it, he knows he's past it. He's just playing the game, like that. And the way I thought of it was like you walk into a room where you're not uncomfortable, you're not comfortable, you're not welcome, and it's like you need to play the game. And that was what I thought he would experience if he came to Collingwood. He's not a kid anymore. He's not the gun that came from Queensland that can walk in and strut around like he owns a joint. He's an old truck who we just want him to do a role and then maybe fuck off in 12 months' time. That's his whole role. And I think that would change maybe the way he probably presented. That was my thoughts.
Look, you could be right. I'm just looking at, the thing I always turn back to is what's the evidence that's been shown? The evidence that's been shown is for 15 years he's been a fuckwit. Why randomly for the 1 year he comes to the Pies, he's randomly going to be this,
a well-worded contract?
Yeah, well, that's true. But then the thing is, you bring him in, you play him 10 games. It's just 10 games you rob him from another kid, or that's pretty much the way I look at it.
I agree. I was more about, are we playing for a premiership or not? If we're not, then don't even think about him. But if we are, seriously, we all know, we all watch Harrison, and I think we've lowered our expectations of what we expect from a fullback. Basically, please don't get 5 goals kicked on you is basically what we expect from our fullback. We don't expect, set up a couple of goals, destroy, and kick off and set up, all like what we saw in the grand final from Harris Andrews. We don't expect that at Collingwood. We just hope we don't get destroyed. If Frampton doesn't get destroyed, we're pretty much happy.
Yeah, you know what? You know that there's that statistic that a lot of people like bringing up that we had the best defense, all year and all that sort of stuff. But that's like kind of skewed with the first half of the season where we were fucking flying, and also we had the best defense. But fuck, against the big teams, they still scored against us.
But we couldn't score. It's all well to have a good defense, but it's skewed because no one could score against us, but we couldn't kick more than 70 points either. I mean, shit.
Yeah. Another thing I want to bring up, next year, Howie, Sidey, and Pendle's probably all retire. I don't necessarily think that is the start of a downturn or a rebuild or anything. I reckon we can still be fiery, even if we lose those 3. I reckon we can still do well and push for flags even without him. Like a lot of people are saying, once you lose all your oldies, you're finished. But it's not like Pendles is fucking great when he's on the field. He coaches on the field and all that stuff. Fair enough, but I still reckon we'll be all right without him. Like if they all retire in the same season.
I agree with you. I think the only one we rely on is Pendles. My goal, and I wrote it in the comments, but a perfect season for us is that we actually, and as much as it hurts to say it, but Sidey come round 12, Sidey can't get a game because Dimity is keeping him out. This is what we want. That our kids start to step up. Alan, Lipper can't get a game. Dimity can't. Sidey can't get a game. They're playing 2s because our kids have actually stepped up and have just taken over their roles. And we need this is what we need.
Yeah.
Like, we desperately need it. Like, I wrote in the thing, like, I'd love to see, TJ or Cochrane or who's the other halfback that we got down there, but take over, and then they push up, Jacos, an All-Australian wingman, back to his wing, and Houston to the other wing, and we just have, TJ, maybe Dimitir running off the other wings, and Parker, and that's our team. And Lipper and Sidey are playing twos. Because for us to become better, we kind of need that.
Yeah.
That's we that's what we need, and that's what we didn't get this year. We went with the old team at the start, kind of hoping that some young kids would just take over, like back in 2010 when we had Josh Fraser and O'Brien and all these other guys, Tuck and Lockyer, who were our staples playing in the twos, but that didn't happen this year, and the twos didn't really demand a position, so we went in with the old school and we got shown.
Yeah, I agree. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to wrap it up. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Yeah, I know. Probably my next one will probably be after the trade period, whenever that ends. I might do one before that. We'll see. But it's been good. Yeah, thanks, fellas. Fucking spewing. We don't get to review fucking games and preview games, but fuck. What are we going to do, mate? We're going to watch the cricket over the summer.
The Ashes, mate. The Ashes.
Are you guys cricket fans?
Oh, I love it, mate. Love it.
Yeah, me too, man. If we lose to the Poms, I'll fucking cry, mate. And I'll tell you what,
I think they're a bit of a shambles. The Poms.
You reckon? Look at our top order, man. I don't know.
Once a month, I'm going to go toilet. You can all log in if you want and listen. All right.
You know what the problem?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry.
No worries, Peter.
The problem with the Poms is whenever they come to Australia, they lack a bloke that can bowl 140 plus, and they try and send one out every time, and he gets carded. So the only one's Jofra Archer, but he's sort of never bloody fit.
Yeah.
So I think it'll just be the same thing for England. They'll just struggle to take those wickets, and our top order batting's just a shambles, but our bowling always wins us test matches, always, especially in Australia. So, I reckon it should be a good summer of cricket, but
You know what? Look, once the Ashes start, mate, you never know. I might have a dedicated fucking cricket show just to talk shit, and we'll add some footy stuff as well. And
I'll be here, mate. If you do cricket, I'll be bloody here.
No worries,
there's a new angle, mate. There's a new angle.
There you go. There you go. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you to the chat, the guys that are still in, Stefanos, Voidoid, Abdullah, and David. Thanks, guys, for sticking around right till the end. And thanks, guys. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Age. Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Daz. It's been great. And Cricket Australia Chronicles. I love it, Dave. I got to change my fucking logo and shit. All right. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Thanks so much, guys. I'm going to end it now. So thanks for joining me.
Thanks, mate.
And I'll catch
Take
you
care,
later.
mate. Look after yourself.
Good night, everybody.
See you.
See you
Have
guys.
a chat in a couple of weeks.
Yep, no worries. Catch you later.